And last but not least, fueling kindness. I think we just announced that we have got the environmentally sustainable playground working in partnership with the council, and really pleased to see how that is now going to move forward this year. And I'm looking forward to seeing not only the ground broken, but also the facility up and running, and the residents of Fort Saskatchewan, particularly the kids, able to enjoy that facility hopefully this fall. So that is my update for today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, it's starting to light up with questions. So Councillor Harris, you're first.
Well, Mr. Paddington, obviously with carbon capture being a big part of your strategy going forward and that of other industrial partners, what is it unlimited, the geologic strata into which you're injecting this carbon? Is it unlimited for the storage of CO2 underground and to keep it there forever?
So certainly in the same way that fossil oil and gas has been produced, and those hydrocarbons stayed in the ground for many millions of years until we drilled into the reservoirs and produced, the principle of storing CO2 is exactly the same. In terms of your question around what is the size of this reservoir for storing CO2, so independent work by the USDEA shows that the province of Alberta has around 100 million tonnes per annum of storage available for the next 800 years. So that's 100 million tonnes per year for the next 800 years before the store is full. Now, geologically, not all of Alberta is uniform, but certainly the area around the heartland has what we describe as a high propensity porosity to store CO2, and we certainly see that with the Quest asset for the last 7 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your report. To be carbon neutral by 2050 means you have to scale your carbon capture up by how many fold?
Yeah, so the measures to get to net zero, first of all, I think it's important to recognise we will still be producing fossil fuels in 2050. From a sort of a planet perspective, first of all, there is around 1 billion people across the world who are in energy poverty today. So energy demand for the world energy system is going to continue to grow. So, you know, one of our pillars of our strategy of powering progress is to continue to produce fossil. And actually at Scotford, we expect to do that for many decades to come through the joint venture we have with CNRL and Chevron. That being said, net zero means if there is that much carbon coming from fossil, there needs to be, let's call it negative carbon, in order to balance to net zero. So CCS can handle the emissions of our facilities, potentially some of our customers, but it's not going to be the total solution. Clearly, green power is a big part of that. So the solar facilities, the wind energy is going to be a big part of that. And then the other part is that increasingly over time, we're going to have to leverage on the agricultural and forestry resources of this province, which are very rich, in order to increasingly increase the proportion of what we call biogenic feedstocks, so canola oil, tallow, but also some of the things that come from forestry like tall oil, which comes from pulp and paper, in order to decarbonize the energy system. If you look at one of my previous slides, around 20% of the emissions in producing fuels and other products for customers like chemicals are the emissions coming from facilities like Scotford. The other 80% are the emissions of our customers. So when our customers are also moving, what we will see is a deep penetration of electric vehicles. So even in a cold province like Alberta in the winter, Ultimately, battery technology is going to win when it comes to powering light vehicles. For heavy transport, it's clear that hydrogen and probably biofuels are going to be part of the solution. So whether that's long-distance trucking, that's rail. For aviation, it's very clear that sustainable aviation fuel, so again, derived from biological sources, whether they are what we call first-generation biofuels, from things like canola and tallow, or whether it is coming from second-generation biofuels, which are from non-food sources, which could be everything from agricultural waste through to municipal trash. They're going to be a key part of decarbonising our customers. So the answer is complex, but there is a credible way of getting to net zero through a combination of all of these levers: CCS, green power, biological feedstocks.
And the one thing you didn't mention, and if you did, I didn't hear it, was nuclear power. Do you see that fitting in the equation someplace?
So as a company, Shell, we are agnostic to nuclear, so we're not actively developing nuclear power. I expect that it probably will be part of the energy mix and the energy system. How pervasive it becomes compared to other sources, I think, is yet to be seen. There are challenges with SMRs, small modular reactors, of course not on the scale of building large-scale nuclear facilities, but certainly it's not insignificant in terms of the technological challenges that will come with SMRs.
Do I have time for one more question?
One more.
I'm going to put you on the spot now.
Sure.
And if you're uncomfortable answering, please do not and tell me so. I was concerned a few years ago when I thought I heard a rumor that perhaps Shell International or Royal Dutch Shell had this particular plant on the auction block. Is it the corporate plan to keep this plant under the Shell banner for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer that question. And I'm not going to answer it by saying either an explicit no or an explicit yes. I think when we look at our portfolio across the world, the first thing is Scotford being designated as one of only 5 energy and chemical parks really matters. The second thing is, if you look at the pillars of Shell's strategy, which we have 3, all of them actually manifest in terms of the Scotford configuration, the facilities, the assets we have today, as well as our intention to what we want to build tomorrow. Can we absolutely rule out for all time and forever that this would never be sold? I can't say that. But at this point, there is no active process, and nor is there any intention to divest Scotford. Now, in the past, of course, I want to recognise we were at one point actively marketing the Sarnia refinery in Ontario. We stopped actively marketing that halfway through the pandemic, and we are running that facility as a going concern, and we can see quite a long runway for that facility. We exited a very significant position in the oil sands. We divested 60% of our 70% shareholding. Today we hold just 10%. But I think the important thing for me, we are happy to hold that 10%, as well as, of course, be the operator of the Scotford facility, and, of course, importantly for us, the operator of the Quest CCS facility.
Thank you.
I can never say 100% certainty one way or the other, but for sure, I think Shell's strategy would say Scotford is really important to and central to what Shell is trying to achieve.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you. I've always thought that Shell was a great corporate partner in the community, and I would truly hope that you would decide to stay for the long term. So,
thank you.
We look forward to it.
Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation, Mark and Connell, and it's good to see both of you today. So you talked about Alberta having 100 million tons per year of available storage in Alberta. And all I can think of is there an environmental risk as a result, or an environmental impact, as a result of this in the long run? And is this something that is done in other parts of the world, and that we know for sure that, there are really little to no environmental impacts?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Councillor Batoye. And I think what we can say is, from what we know today about CCS and understanding the geology, so repurposing the skills that we had in Shell, but also that other oil and gas companies have to produce oil and gas and to do that safely, are exactly the same skill set to sequester CO2 into this reservoir, which is 2 kilometres beneath the surface over most of Alberta. We call it the Basal Cambrian Sands. So it's a sandstone rock. And as we have been injecting CO2 into that formation for the last 7 years, we use something called 3D seismic to actually watch where the CO2 is going. And effectively, our models, our mathematical models, and what we actually see in reality when we kind of put an X-ray into the ground are validated. So a lot of safety focus around and environmental focus around our pipelines, around our wells, in order to keep not only ourselves safe, but also the wider community. So in scaling at that, the principle should hold. And of course, as we continue to scale and as the province continues to give environmental permits for other CCS facilities, this obviously then incrementally, the principle should hold that geologically, as long as you have high confidence in the geological formations you're injecting into, this should be safe for many thousands, if not millions of years.
Excellent, thank you. And just one comments about geothermal energy. I didn't really hear you say anything about that, and I hear that's the new interest of investors coming to Alberta. So, do you have a quick comment on that one?
Yeah, so we actually have a nascent geothermal business in Shell Canada. It doesn't report into me; it reports into one of my colleagues in Calgary, and we are actively working geothermal opportunities in Alberta and also in BC. I would also add, the building I live at in Sherwood Park is currently using a heat pump with geothermal injection between winter summer. So in terms of home heating and district heating, it is probably the most efficient way to heat houses, residents, buildings, where this resource exists and where it can be tapped into. And certainly in Sherwood Park, there is already that application for domestic use.
Right. Thank you. Well, that's good to know. And really thank you for all you do in our community and just all your contributions and the Falling Acts of Kindness program. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. I just had two hopefully simple questions. One just has to do with job creation with the Atlas program. I was wondering what that looks like in terms of maybe numbers or percentage of your operation, just to give us a better visual, I guess, as to how much you're investing in this.
Yeah, so we never disclose investment levels in terms of money, but for the first phase of Polaris Atlas, we expect it to be very similar in terms of impact to what we did with Quest 7 years ago. So it's around 4,000 construction jobs. Permanent jobs still to be determined because it will depend how we build out and how quickly we build out the CO2 hub, because the first phase Atlas is 800,000 tonnes of CO2 that we will sequester every year. The ultimate potential of Atlas is 10 million tonnes, so it's about 10 times Quest. So that future phases of Atlas, there's going to be at least one or maybe more phases after phase one. I would expect a similar number of jobs. As we sequence out each of the opportunities, some of these might be overlapping. It will just depend on how quickly the business opportunities manifest to points where we can take final investment decisions. And of course, our partners, Suncor and ATCO, will be developing their own opportunities through the same CO2 hub. And of course, that will also create jobs, but I'm not in a position to comment on behalf of Suncor or ATCO.
Great, thanks very much. That's a good answer. Gives us a perspective.
Okay, thank you. A couple of quick questions. So when you talk about carbon capture, and I know we're so excited about it in Alberta and the heartland, why is it that some of the federal MPs still don't understand that it works? I mean, it's really disappointing to hear that in the news when they say, "Oh, it's not proven." So
Yeah, and it's interesting because maybe just a couple of reflections. First of all, the Heartland had an engagement with Minister Guilbeault, I hope I pronounce his name correctly, the Environment Minister, Federal Minister for Cabinet for Canada, and he is very supportive of CCS. And of course, if you see in the latest federal budget, there is investment tax credits from the federal government up to 50% of your capital for capture and 37.5% for transport and storage. So the federal government, from a policy point of view, is certainly supportive, and they put their money where their mouth is in terms of the investment tax credits, which definitely are a huge enabler to CCS opportunities like the one that Shell, Suncor and ATCO are pursuing. I think if you level up and look at it from a sort of a world perspective, respected agencies, the UN, the DEA, have highlighted that it is impossible to achieve net zero by 2050 for the globe unless there is a significant amount of CCS across the world. It is just impossible with all the other levers to get to net zero. So CCS is a really important part of the equation in order to protect the planet, prevent global warming going beyond 1.5 Celsius, and I think also ultimately this is a legacy for our children, our grandchildren, and beyond this. So this is beyond the 7 generations of impact that the work we do now will have on this planet.
great. So it's really about them educating some of the MPs that don't understand the technology. So good. Thank you. Appreciate that answer. So the other one, I'm sorry, I was writing on the one when you were talking. So you said you're ramping up working for 2023. So what exactly are you putting on in 2023? And is that going to have additional workers on site?
Yeah, so we've just been through a series of what we describe as mega turnarounds or major shutdowns. So think of these as you're completely changing out the whole engine of your car. That's effectively what we've done across almost the entire facility. So the upgraders in 2020, the refinery and chemicals last year in the fall, and this year in the spring, the upgrader north, which is called the expansion. In the next few years, we don't expect to have mega turnarounds, but we will have some smaller shutdowns. So think of these as more your kind of intermediate 50,000 sort of kilometre check on your car. So it's not just an oil change, it's probably a few more things on your engine of your car. So we will have a couple of those types of shutdowns next year, one in the upgraders in the spring and one in the refinery in the fall. So much smaller. The next sort of really significant turnarounds start again in 2025.
Great. Thank you for that. And thank you for your presentation. And, you know, I'm going to say on behalf of all the businesses in the city that benefit from these turnarounds, they thank you so much. I know the hotels have been much fuller. Some of the restaurants have been much busier, and they love it when there's a turnaround going on. So that's just kind of why I was asking you about that, because I know sometimes they reach out and they say, well, what else is happening? So that will be good news for them. So I just want to congratulate you on everything that Shell Canada is doing. Councillor Abatoye had indicated Fueling Kindness. We love that program. We love it every time you're in our community doing something. You make such an impact. And your social responsibility, just excellent, excellent citizens. So every time I get the survey, I give you 5 all the way across the board. So just remember that. If you get the phone call, give these guys bonus points because they do such a great job.
Thank you very much, Mayor Katcher, and great to be here again. And I'm looking forward to more positive news as we go forward.
Great. Thank you very much. And when you're finished, you are welcome to leave. We won't hold you hostage here. So you'll have an evening to get back to your families. So thank you so much. Take care. Okay, the next item that we have was added. That is the 6.2 Fort Saskatchewan Multicultural. Come up front. So I know it's Carolyn's, and
Yes, my name's Francie Kane.
Francie.
And, good afternoon, Mayor Catcher and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to be before you and share a little bit about our group. We're here today in response to some questions that were raised by council following the receipt of a letter from Lana Santana, who is the Executive Director of the Multicultural Association in Fort Saskatchewan. And the letter made a request to the city to cover some costs that will be incurred by two major fundraising events that are coming up. One is a pierogi supper at Normandy Room at Community Hall on June 6th. And the second is a fantastic event called Hello Ukraine, which will be held at the Shell Theatre on June 26th.
Now, we have asked for the city to waive some of the fees involved in the rentals of these buildings. Our reason for asking for financial help is simple. We figured that the less we have to spend, the more we'll be able to give the families coming into the community. So that really leads me up to who are we exactly? And the name of the group that I'm representing is called HUFS, H-U-F-S, and that stands for Hosting Ukrainians in Fort Sask. We're a group of like-minded individuals. We came together with the idea of assisting any Ukrainian nationals that may be coming into our community. One of the first things we did was agree that we would operate under the umbrella of the Multicultural Association. And following that decision, we set out to compose a mission statement. And that mission statement reads, Hosting Ukrainians in Fort Saskatchewan aims to facilitate the process of receiving and hosting Ukrainians displaced by the war into local households, and to provide the newcomers with practical support to ease their introduction into our community. Now, we've been working pretty hard at educating ourselves about the steps that are necessary to put our mission into practice. In addition to researching on our own and connecting with similar groups in other parts of the province, we've benefited greatly from attending weekly workshops in St. Albert. They're several steps ahead of us in terms of their organization, but we are learning a lot from what they've accomplished. So we have also been establishing some protocols and priorities for ourselves using guidelines presented in the Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. They've provided some guidelines for the immediate to look after the immediate needs of displaced persons in Canada. So these are sort of the resources that we have been using to move forward, make some steps. So one of the questions that Council asked was who will be holding the funds that will be raised at these events? And the answer to that question is the Fort Saskatchewan Multicultural Association will be holding the funds. They will be managed by the treasurer of that group. All funds raised by HUFS, Hosting Ukrainians in Fort Sask, will be put into their account and clearly identified as HUFS funds. The accountant for the FSMA will be engaged to conduct an audit as needed. And we have also talked about how these funds will be used, which was another question posed by Council. So the funds will be used locally, and they will be dispensed following an assessment of the newcomers' needs and according to some priorities that we have established. We also recognize that there will be costs associated with our fundraising efforts, and these will also have to be covered. Now, I'm assuming you have that little handout that, okay, it abbreviates what I'm saying. So we've come to priority number 1. And that priority is to provide money towards the provision of practical and necessary basics required by our newcomers to settle into their new surroundings. So these include things like the cost of necessary documents, could be driver's license, social insurance, Alberta healthcare, plus any associated travel cost to enable them to get these documents. There's an immigration medical exam that has a cost attached to it. There may be translators and interpreters required. There may be additional health insurance or medicines for special health needs. There will be a cost for potential trauma and or mental health support. And I know for certain that any Ukrainians who have arrived in Alberta so far have listed as their main concerns are finding a job and getting counseling for whatever mental health trauma they've incurred. Other costs will be children's school fees, a starter wardrobe, a basic cell phone and a plan, a care package upon arrival, which would include soap, shampoo, conditioner, toothpaste, toothbrush, floss, razors, lotion, feminine hygiene products, tissues, diapers and wipes if needed, gift cards for personal selection of other needed items. Also, we figured that it's very important to allow a discretionary amount, like of $100 per person, as just for personal spending, to give a sense of independence and yeah. Childcare is another huge cost. Tutors, homework helpers, funds to enable hosts to provide a small stock of familiar foods, and groceries, of course, and transportation to things such as English second language training and appointments for various things. That is priority number 1. Priority number 2 would be continued provision of these basic needs and support for newcomers, and then support for the newcomers' movement towards independent living. So with priority number 1, we're thinking and assuming, and in most cases it would be correct, that the newcomers will be living with a host family. And the period of time that they spend with a host family will vary depending on the host and the needs of the Ukrainian nationals who would be living with them. As time goes on, they will, I know for sure, want to become independent, get a job, find a place to live on their own, and furnish it and just settle into the community. And those are the kinds of costs that we can help them with as well. They would include things like workplace-specific clothes or footwear, other costs associated with becoming employed. Perhaps they're going to need an upgrading in their education or specific skills training. We can provide interpreter services if needed. For example, if they're studying to take a driver's test and they need it translated so that they can better understand what they're supposed to be doing. Childcare as required. As families start to be employed, as the parents start to be employed, there will be likely a need for childcare. Fees for organized sports, recreation, and cultural activities. Not a luxury. It's a necessity when families are surviving such trauma. They need avenues to relax and to connect with other people. And so we figured that was quite important. And it's listed too in some of the guidelines that we've been following through Immigration and Refugee Services. Extra clothing, if not available from donation centers, and we are counting on donations for sure. Extra clothing, as I said, grocery shopping, set up basic staples food items. And finally, priority number 3, this is the support that we would hope to give our newcomers as they take further steps toward independent living. And, you know, this is going to be decided on a case-by-case basis. If a family is ready to move into an apartment, if they are content to stay with the host family, and that works for the host family. So depending on individual cases, there may or may not be a need for, well, actually, there will always be a need for independent living, but the timeline may vary on a case-by-case basis. Now, who is deciding how and when this money is used? That was also a question posed by the city manager. Members of the HUFS committee will make decisions about financial matters. When a request for funds is received, the committee will determine if it is congruent with the mission statement. And if it is, then a proposal to release the funds would be addressed to the Multicultural Association, who would review it and presumably give it approval, since the funds are dedicated toward the purposes that I've described here. That assurance has actually been given as well, that it's a formality but a necessary one, and I am trusting that that's what will happen. Now, as far as long-term considerations, based on current reports, we are anticipating that there will be a gradual increase in the number of displaced Ukrainian families finding a home in Fort Saskatchewan. Of course, we want to be able to provide for the initial basic needs of the first families arriving, and we feel it's prudent to keep a healthy reserve for families who may arrive in later months. Carol tells me that a family has arrived in Lamont as of
just yesterday.
Today or yesterday, a family of 6 in Lamont who is already seeking for some assistance. So we know the situation in Ukraine is very uncertain, and as it evolves, we expect to get a better sense of what the needs will be. Of course, we know there will continue to be needs, and we are in agreement that all the funds raised by HUFS will be used to help the families coming to Fort Saskatchewan and the surrounding area. The funds will remain in our community. In addition, we are committed to staying informed about the situation in Ukraine, how Canada is responding, and how we can best serve our newcomers. We will do our very best to be compassionate, respectful, and generous. And that concludes the what I have to say to you. If you have questions, I have information that I can offer too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your attention and this opportunity.
Thank you for the presentation. I know there's going to be questions. Everybody's punching in here. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thank you, and thank you for your report, ladies. How does your program, let me back up, the people, the family that you referenced that arrived in Lamont yesterday or recently, are they arriving in Canada under a refugee status of the federal government? How does your plan and your program tie into the supports that I believe our senior levels of government already have in place, Red Cross throughout, plus presumably sponsoring families?
We're partnering with them, not officially, but everything we're doing is congruent with what they're doing. There's Ukrainian Catholic Church, there's Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Ukrainian Catholic Social Services. There are groups that have formed in Edmonton, Vegreville, St. Albert, Sherwood Park, doing similar things to what we're doing. Technically, the people coming in from the Ukraine are not classified as refugees. Anybody coming in who has received a visa through the QET program has been vetted, so to speak, and is coming here as a displaced person. And I know there's a difference, there's a technical difference between what constitutes a refugee and what is a displaced person, but I don't know what that is, so I can't answer that.
And that's fine. Am I correct that the senior levels of government are also providing some support for these families, these individuals?
My understanding is that yes, things are coming down from the federal level. They sift down to the provincial level and then to our municipal levels. They vary from province to province, and they vary from municipality to municipality. I know that, for example, Edmonton is initiating free bus passes and some recreational passes and other things, but that's specific to residents of Edmonton. The federal government, I mean, I know as much about that as most people do, and that is that they are offering these charter flights. They are providing people at the airport to assist with Alberta healthcare. So at Edmonton Airport, Alberta healthcare, and they can sign up for their social insurance numbers right there. They can do quite a few things at the Welcome Center in Edmonton, but that's Edmonton. That's the airport. What we do in Fort Saskatchewan will be specific to our community, what our community can offer any newcomers to this community. Does that make sense, or did I answer you?
That helps. I think what I
May,
take from your...
may I just interject here a little bit, please?
Oh, is that Lana, right?
Okay, yeah, go ahead,
Yes.
Lana.
Regard to your question about the provision from the federal government and the provisional government, what they're really doing is covering like the legal costs to getting here, as well as permanent residence and all those things. But what they're not doing really is helping towards their day-to-day lives. And they need food. They're not giving money for food or clothes for the children to go to school. And when you come here, most of them are coming with just a bag. They need fresh underwears, and fresh linens and so on to make them feel a sense of home and welcome and safety. And those are the things that when we raise the funds, that's what we're trying to provide for them. We're providing transportation to go around wherever they have to go for their medical, to further their immigration process. If they have to do a job interview, if they have to take their kids to the schools, all those things. So in a way, we are supplementing what the government isn't giving, what they need on a day-to-day basis. They're covering all the legal parameters and immigration parameters, which is a huge support, but it's not filtering into that day-to-day life that they need.
Okay, thank you. And I have further questions. I'll key in later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have a few questions, comments. I think we all know the war over there is very bad. And I'd like the idea of supporting them, but we do have some questions. So how long do you see this lasting, or not the war, of course, but just your time period? So you're raising money now. Any idea how many are coming, how you expect this, how long it takes to use the money raised?
Right. I'm anticipating that the formal HUFS committee will probably last for a good year. I'm thinking a year. We have collected an awful lot of support. There are 12 for sure names that I have who are interested in hosting. There is a family arriving in the city. It's supposed to be tomorrow. A family of 5 and a cat. No, a dog. I'm in communication with a young woman and her 2 boys who I'm expecting to come to my home. Now, how long will it last? Okay, I'm thinking the year. How many families? There may not be 12 families coming here, but there are 12 people willing to host families. I feel that the process of getting a family is a little bit complex. There are government means by which to do that, and those have been extremely slow. The program that seems to be effective is one called Dopomoga Can, which translated means Help is at Hand, Canada. And both Ukrainians and Canadians can post on that site. As a Canadian, you can offer what you have. You present an ad, so to speak, of what you're prepared to offer, including available rooms, how the length of time, whether you're wanting something in return, and then people respond to that, and you can include pictures and whatever. So people have responded to my ad to do that. And that's how I've been in touch with people. And that's how the family that is hosting as of tomorrow has met their family. Okay, I need you to remind me what your other questions were.
Well, I just made some more comments, but I do have one other one, and then there's a whole pile wanting to ask. So do you assess their ability, like with the world now, years ago, when there was refugees and you left, you couldn't access your banking. Nowadays, some of them can.
Yeah.
Do you look at their own ability, like money they may have, or are you finding it's all people that are in dire straits that are contacting you?
My understanding is that most of the people coming are educated people, but I will answer your first question about assessing their needs. We do have a template for like a tool. It's a form that they would fill out that asks the kinds of questions that we would need to determine what their needs are and what kind of job they should be looking for and how much money they need and how quickly they want to be working, whether they have health issues, how many kids they have, what levels of education. So those are the kinds of questions that would be asked in assessing what the needs of an individual family would be.
Okay. I'll let some of the others ask too.
All right, thanks.
Can I just interject a little bit there, please?
Okay, go ahead.
To add to what Francie said, once there are families coming into Fort Saskatchewan, we don't know how long the war is going to last, but once there's family coming into Fort Saskatchewan and surrounding communities who need support to be able to resettle, we're prepared to give them that kind of support once we are able to function effectively through the fundraising to provide those basic startup items. And I don't know if you guys saw the budget that we prepared, and this is based on the guidance from IRCC of what their immediate cost and items needed to restart. So when you look at the price of rent and food and in living allowance, hookup costs, and all of that, it takes an immigrant $17,000, give or take the size of the family. What we did is we did a projective cost of four-person family. So with a 3-person or a 2-person, it's going to be less, but it's going to be between 10 to 20,000 based on the size, from 2 to 6 family members. There is no avenue or there is no place of group that have these kind of support for these immigrants, for these displaced Ukrainians. When they come, the association is setting up psychological support, ESL, financial training, literacy, according to Canadian society, and how do you do your banking and all of that. in that interim, we would be able to ascertain their financial background as to what they have or what they don't have from their previous life. But we found that being compassionate towards their situation, I don't think they're thinking at the moment, how much money they have. They want to settle, resettle, and feel safe in their new community. And this is what we're trying to offer to them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you're good for now. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Noyen. Whoops, sorry. Councillor Noyen, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here this evening and the initiative. You providing a local avenue for support. I'll save my comments for a bit later, but we did ask some questions over email. One of the topics that have been raised, and I appreciate, Lana, your answer or bringing up what the budget is for 1 year. I think that's an essential document and a piece of information to have to allocate funds and make smart decisions in that capacity, especially with 12 host families, as you mentioned, potentially getting Ukrainians to Fort Saskatchewan. Have you been in contact with like the Fort Saskatchewan Food Bank? We have a very well-established food bank instead of trying to raise fund and buy groceries, and that's just one physical example. But there are other organizations would be interested and valuable in assisting your efforts.
Both the food bank and the furniture bank have.
Francie is answering, Lana.
Both the food bank and the furniture bank have for these families.
Great.
They would just simply request ID of some sort, and then the food can be distributed. The furniture bank is also being very generous with their offer of donations. Straight Line Chrysler has dedicated one of their bays to collecting donations of household goods and clothing, and those will be set up in a garage, somebody's garage, as a little store sort of, so that rather than just handing over a charity package, we're hoping that these families can go and kind of shop for things that they like and need. And the same would apply to furnishings. But not everything can be donated. Not everything, like Lana said about underwear and bed sheets. So
of course,
yeah.
And sorry, I will add to that many of the donation centers in Edmonton, specifically to the Ukrainian newcomers, is being used a lot. Like, we're looking at that as another sign that as the resources out of Fort Saskatchewan get more in demand, the need will start to get more in demand into Fort Saskatchewan as well. So that's why we're trying to set these resources up for the families that do plan to come.
Excellent, yeah. And then just a follow-up question, which has to do with relationships with other organizations, because you mentioned the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. Obviously, Edmonton is just a more established Ukrainian community with the organizations that they have there. So are you working in conjunction with, say, the UCC or? Not
in conjunction. We're learning from them and sort of following their lead. There's, Yes, I communicate with them and learn from them.
Right, so they're kind of maybe more of a headquarter for the satellite regions around the Edmonton metropolitan area. Yes. Yeah, okay, well, that's good to know. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just answer say something? When I had a communication with someone from UCC, they were encouraging us to do our bit because they are overwhelmed in Edmonton with regards to requests and servicing the people who are coming there. So they are guiding us and, helping with whatever resources they could give, not tangible resources, but rather guidelines, and probably they've guided us to certain website that we could follow to be able to help our Ukrainians. But to say that they're giving us things that are tangible, that's not what they are capable of doing, again, because they are overwhelmed. And they're really encouraging us to do our bit here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon, you're next.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you fine.
Perfect. I just have one question, I guess, regarding the funds themselves. So funds going into the Multicultural Association, let's say a year and a half from now, we're kind of at the end of the requests. We haven't got any in a few months. What would happen to the unused funds? Would they be transferred to another organization that deals with Ukrainian refugees? Rather than just staying in the Multicultural Association as unused funds?
Ideally, all the funds will be used for however many families come. The idea is that the funds will be dispersed, and they will, if no more families are coming, then the families who are here will get the benefit of the funds that were designated for HUFs. A backup contingency plan may be to allocate those funds to another charitable organization dealing with Ukrainian relief, such as UCC. But we really think that there will be a need in the community, and that's where this money should go.
Are you good, Councillor Macon?
Oh, there you are.
I am. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. When she can see you up here, though. Okay. Thanks. So I put myself next in the list. I keep a written list so I can online people and myself. So I've got a couple of questions. So I know you keep talking about being a Multicultural Association. Do you have a formal agreement? Because really, it's one thing to say verbally, oh, we're going to be part of this, but do you have a formal agreement so that you are actually in charge?
No.
Will you get one?
You know something, that was an agenda item right at the very beginning before we got all involved with our fundraising. And I have to say, no, we haven't done that, but it was right off the bat our intention to do that. So we're negligent in not following that up. But yes, I think that you are very correct. That is something that needs to be done.
Okay, and I just say that because you're just, I'm going to say, a wonderful group of people who are just injecting yourself somewhere, but you actually have no say on their boards. So, and what you're writing is really good, but if you have actual no control, then, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to actually have it in writing about what your responsibilities will be and what the multicultural would be.
Fair enough.
So
Can I answer that?
Just a second. Just a second, Lana. And I only say that because what I heard you say was that when you're releasing these funds, you'll review it, but then it will get reviewed by the Multicultural Association. I wouldn't expect that at all. I would think you would have the full authority. So just my food for thought. So that's my first question. And I guess question about how much is needed.
Can I clarify that, please?
Okay, go ahead.
We have initiated that conversation at the HUFS meeting, and it will be at our next board meeting where the board will discuss that the HUFS is operating under our association, and all funds raised by HUFS will be used for the purpose of the Ukrainian people coming into Fort Saskatchewan. It's not a matter of us not saying that the money that comes into our account would not be used for HUFS, but it's just that we haven't furthered that because the time for the fundraising was just very impromptu, because it was just like we have June, so we were busy making those plans. But it's something that would be at our next board meeting, and the board would never say no to the money going anywhere else but HUFS. But because it's a transparency issue where it's just like if we get funding from the city, before we give out the money to our facilitators, we need an invoice from them. It's the same process we would follow. We would need the request with the amount, and that's how it would be done. And it would be accompanied by a copy of the check that was issued. So we have accountability for our auditing and for the HUFS group, so that they know that the money that they request is being followed in the proper transparency policy.
Okay, but my point is I hope your board will accept if they come forward requesting an actual agreement that forms them as part of the umbrella instead of a verbal agreement, that you will be accepting of that, because I think it's very important. That's just my comment.
We recognize that that is necessary to protect both groups, the association as well as the group HUFs, in their fiduciary responsibility.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, so the Stelmach Foundation out of Lamont is dealing with so much of this as well. Have you considered working with them, since most of the families will probably end up out in the Lamont, Vegreville area?
Yes, it's been considered. Have we proceeded on that? No. You know, the fundraising really has come first, and maybe we've made a mistake in overlooking some of these other things, but we're new, we're fresh, we're learning, and we have really been working hard, honestly. So all of those comments, Mayor Katcher, are taken with gratitude, and I feel like we'll do something about those things.
I've actually talked to Ed Stelmach personally about a lot of it. I've been in contact over the phone and have made him aware of like some of our efforts, and he's given a lot of guidance even just personally to me. I have a family relationship with him, like his I Ukrainian danced in a group with his nephew, and so I know the family quite well, and was able to ask some questions and get some input over the duration of us gathering our information and our efforts. And he actually plans to attend our showcase for our concert coming up here on Sunday, June 26th. He was quite excited to know that we're taking the leadership role of putting the efforts together, because he sees the need and the challenges, and whatever support we can all work together collectively, whether it's the food bank, or all of those resources. It's going to take a lot of resources to help, because the needs are going to be there.
Okay, thank you. And don't forget about kids' sport. They'll give you money for sports. Councillor, whoops, sorry, I turned you off. You'll have to turn your button back on. Councillor Abatoye? Just on the front of your, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, ladies. Applaud your even just for stepping up to do this. I think it's great. Last month, I sit on one of the committees for Alberta municipalities, and some of the information that came forward was that 112,000 applications came forward from Ukraine, right, for people that wanted to move here, and 30,000 has been approved at the time. So what that means is that we're going to start to see a lot more people come in. Mm-hmm. So it is good to see what you're doing, but as it's been said already, there's a lot of efforts that's being done in just at the provincial level, at different levels. But still, it's important for us to have something locally, right? So just two quick questions. My first question is, the funds that's going to be raised, is it going to be used specifically for people, Ukrainians moving just to Fort Saskatchewan, or are we going to be supporting neighboring communities with that funds?
In our description of where the funds are going, I included Fort Saskatchewan and surrounding area, because I feel that there may be families going to Josephburg or even Bruderheim, or, places in the surrounding area. And if there's a home there, if somebody's offering a home to the Ukrainians that would be a good fit, then yes.
Absolutely.
Short answer.
Absolutely. I just wanted to be sure of that. My second question is, other than these two events you had mentioned, do you have other fundraising initiatives that you are going to be doing?
I beg your pardon. Could you repeat that?
Other than the two events you had mentioned, are there other fundraising initiatives that you will be putting forward?
Yes. The pierogi supper is the one, and the the Hello Ukraine at the Shell Theatre is another one. Independent of HUFS and the Multicultural Association, there is a community silent auction or online auction, which will begin May 20th and run till the 27th. And the proceeds from that have been designated to HUFS. So those are the three major fundraising efforts that are underway at the moment. And
are you accepting donations?
Absolutely, yes. And
have you been receiving donations?
We've received 2 big contributions. And
we have over 145 silent auction items already allocated for the online auction.
Did you mean donations?
I mean financial donations.
Yes.
Financial
and we are certainly drafting letters to go to businesses and corporations. We're not a charitable organization. We cannot issue tax receipts. We can offer a letter of appreciation and gratitude. And people, I think people will be generous in the community.
Absolutely. I trust Fort Saskatchewan for that. Well, my last comments is...
May I answer something to that, Jibs, please?
Very.
Just before, when we realized that the Ukrainians displaced citizens would be coming to Fort Saskatchewan, the association got together and we did the ribbon sales. And I also wrote to the Premier, the Minister of Immigration, and our MLA for whatever support they have and they can guide us to be able to get, as well as they have responded and said that once there's any grants available that would be able to support our Ukrainians that come here, they will let us know so that we would be able to apply for that.
Okay, and you had a second question?
I actually don't remember. So it's gone.
Well,
thank you.
If it happens to come back, you can buzz in. Councillor Kelly? Oh, sorry. I have this little thing here that sometimes it drags it, other times it doesn't.
I think a much easier question than all the others you fielded. I just want to be clear. The financial reporting for the cash that goes through this organization. I'm not talking the furniture donations and the rest of it, but that cash that flows from the fundraising activities, from donations, and is ultimately dispersed. Those will be reported on the Multicultural Society's financial statement?
Yes.
And how will they be reported? With some detail, with a schedule that allows the reader to understand where the monies came from and how they were dispersed?
Certainly, if I'm the one reading that report, that's the way I would want it. And
perhaps that could form a part of your understanding, as suggested by Mayor Katcher with the Multicultural Association, that we're very clear on this, and so that the community can see a year from now or 2 years from now how this worked its way through the system.
Can I answer that, please?
Go ahead.
Each month we have a Treasury Report where we report where all the money has gone, if we've spent and where it's spent. So that would be included in the report, all the money that has been dispensed and collected by and through HUF's business portal.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Sorry, all monies that coming through the HUF's portal, you know what I mean, for HUF's business will be reported as of like a inventory on what was spent, what was requested, and what was brought in as either donation or fundraising or grants or whatever. But the grants would be under Fort Saskatchewan Multicultural Association, but would be used for our Ukrainian support. Talking about all the financial, like money, cash money, would have an item in our report, a financial report each month.
And on the annual review or audited financial statement as well?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, perfect.
That's how we do it for all our businesses.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that appears our presenters. Thank you very much for coming out this evening. Now, I did agree that if there was business arising from the presentation, we would do it immediately at this point in time. You are not allowed to inject yourselves into any of the conversations. So if anybody wishes to do a motion, this would be the time to do it. Councillor Nguyen. Oh, Councillor Nguyen, you're up. So okay. Yeah, yeah, there. And Lana, if you can put your screen down, that would be appreciated. I don't know if you can. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Abatoye. It's on the.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a motion that Council approves a grant funding request from the Fort Saskatchewan Multicultural Association to host 2 fundraising events in support of the Hosting Ukrainians in Fort Saskatchewan group, scheduled for June 5th, 2022 at the Community Hall and on June 26, 2022 at Shell Theatre in the amount of $6,000 to be funded from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Absolutely. I think it's been said already. Like I said, I think it's a noble cause, and I applaud your direction with this. As we all know, Ukraine has been through a really tough time. The federal government has, opened. They've prioritized, Ukrainians' applications to come here and seek. Well, you're not calling it a refugee program, but to come here and seek, a peaceful place and, a place that they can actually call home, considering how the situation of their country is. So I think this is actually a good way to say that as a city of Fort Saskatchewan, we support your efforts and we understand what you're going through and we stand right there with you. As I said before, as at April 6th, the federal government had 112,000 applications from Ukrainians and only 30,000 had been approved. So we're going to see a huge influx. Many are going to be going to Eastern Canada, but we're going to see a lot of people coming to Alberta as well. And as you had said, we'll see that spill over from Edmonton into Fort Saskatchewan. So it's important for us to be prepared. And I think with little things like this is what makes Fort Saskatchewan a great place. And so that's why I'm absolutely bringing this forward, because I think, it's important for the city to support this, like I said, noble cause. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is now open for discussion and debate. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
Yeah, I support this wholeheartedly. I think as a city, first of all, it's tough to do support. We don't know where to go. We don't just say, hey, we'll send money to the Ukraine, to people affected by war anywhere. So I think this is a way for us to show our support. The families that are hosting have got to have big expenses. I can't imagine taking 6 family members into my house and helping. So to help support them so they can actually do that. The request can have a huge impact on these families, so I think that's important. And Alberta has a lot of Ukrainians and ties to the Ukraine. They're not just Ukrainians, some have been here for 100 years or more, but there's lots that have been more recent and still have ties to the country. So I think this is a good thing to do. I do think if I was on the committee, I would definitely, I like my money, I would definitely want a separate balance sheet, and that way on both sides, from the Multicultural Association and your side, you would be able to track and compare and make sure you're not missing anything, or they're not dipping into their funds that is needed for other things. So I think what was requested there is a good idea, but I would think you'd want to do that anyways. You want to know how much you're making on the silent auction, on the pierogies, dinner. So good idea. And then maybe, let people know how much was raised at some point, because it's a good thing for all of us to do. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I guess maybe most of what I was going to say has already been covered by two other counselors. But thank you for the work that you're doing. It is very very good cause, and certainly we have a great geographical and demographical region with Ukrainians. Part of me is here because of the forefathers coming over from Ukraine. I can certainly identify with the needs that these people have at the moment. So yeah, I think there's some good takeaways that you have tonight, and I'm glad that you were able to come forward to get some ideas from council. So yes, push on and all the best, and we look forward to seeing some Ukrainians in Fort Saskatchewan.
Great, thank you. And just for anybody who's trying to figure out this motion, historically, we used to have lots of people come and ask for waivers. And what it ended up happening is our facilities ended up having a loss of revenues. And of course, when council would say, why don't you have revenues coming in? They say, well, you keep waiving all the fees. So the better way that we do it is we actually grant the funding that will be applied to the facilities so that the facility actually shows that it is still generating revenue. And it is far more transparent that way. So we started doing that a number of years ago, just in case you're wondering why so you won't actually get a check for $6,000. It'll be just applied to the facility for the cost. So do appreciate what you have been doing. Really appreciate you coming out tonight. I had a ton of questions. I'm glad you have reached out to the Ed Stelmach Foundation. I think that's very important because he is so invested in what's going on with the Ukraine at this point in time, and also with the Edmonton Foundation as well, because I think they need to be your foundation as you move forward. I think you're going to need a lot more resources than you know you have, but I wish you much success should this go forward. All right, so I'm not seeing anybody else on debate. Councillor Abatoye, do you wish to close? Sure. Do you want to push your button? Sorry. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Just wanted to quickly say that that the province formed a multi-stakeholder provincial table to better coordinate Alberta-Ukrainian efforts. And so the group meets weekly, so there might be information coming out of there, and whatever information I get, I'll forward to you, because I sit on that committee that talks about these things. But well done, and kudos to you guys.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is now closed. If you can put it up, please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. So it's 5:26. So let's make it 5:40. That's an easy number to remember. So thank you very much, and we will stand in recess. Okay, we'll get started here in just a couple of seconds. I'll make sure Councillor Macon, are you there? There you are. All right, so everybody is back, so we will reconvene from recess. And the next item is business arising from the no, I need to have the public hearing. Public hearing for bylaw C16-22 to amend the land use bylaw. And so the process for a public hearing, as I always indicate, is that once I open it, administration will present. Following their presentation, council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Anybody wishes to speak in favor or opposed, and we do have two that are registered. They will have first opportunity, then administration will come back up. Following that, we'll close it, and then we'll get to the business arising from the public hearing. So welcome. It's Tarandeep and Cherie. I have Craig on here, but you don't look like Craig, so welcome. I will open the public hearing at 5:41.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I'm Terrence Samara, and I'm here to present bylaw which redistricts lands in Windsor Point Stage 6B. The Windsor Point community of West Park. This redistricting application was submitted by WSP on behalf of Landrex. Bylaw C16-22 redistricts lands as RC, Comprehensively Planned Residential District, and Public Utility. The Windsor Point Stage 6B redistricting complies with the city's planning policies as outlined in the city's municipal development plan. The municipal development plan designates this area as developing neighborhood. The MDP articulates objectives for developing neighborhoods and sets direction for the area structure plan. The West Park Area Structure Plan designates this area as low-density residential as shown in yellow. Low-density residential typically includes single detached housing, semi-detached housing, and multi-attached housing. This higher-level plan identifies general areas for residential, commercial, parks, and collector roads. The Windsor Point Outline Plan designates this area as low-density residential as shown in the light yellow. The outline plan includes details such as block configuration, local road, lane, and walkway locations, and more articulated areas for parks, utilities, and institutional uses. The land zoned as RC, Comprehensively Planned Residential District, are shown in yellow. They are located in the eastern part of Windsor Point community. The land shown in pink will be redistricted as public utility. This lot will accommodate underground service lines and serve as a trail connection. The trail will connect West Park Drive to the Dow Ball Diamonds. Following first reading, public hearing was advertised in the Fort Record for 2 consecutive weeks. Notices were mailed out to property owners within 100 meters, and a notice of the proposed bylaw was posted on the city's website and social media accounts. And at this time, I would like to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thank you. What I think is a quick question, and it's back to, I think, something that Councillor Harris raised during first reading. I don't understand why such a small parcel would be subject to a standalone subdivision request. So why wouldn't it be part of stage 6 rather than 6B?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so due to the road right away, and actually I'll show it here. Let's see. So I have, as you can see, 6B is on the eastern side of Windsor Point. So due to the road right away being owned by the city and the adjacent land to the north being owned by a different developer, Qualico, this small area was pretty much as far as the developer could have gone. Ideally, this stage would have been part of Windsor Point 6. However, because that road being owned by the city, any further progress would have required discussions with the city as to the developer would have to come with an agreement to purchase a portion of that road right away. So that's why it's this tiny portion.
That was the ongoing discussions over who and when was going to fund the road. Is that what it was?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so it's a closed right-of-way, and the small portion of the closed right-of-way is within 6B. So that's why they had stayed away from it initially. Since then, in 2022, they decided to bring the stage 7 for development. So stage 7 was rezoned, and it's in subdivision is in circulation. So for stage 7, they have to get into an agreement with the city to purchase the road right-of-way, piece of road right-of-way anyways. So that's why the 6B was also brought up.
Okay. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
For the development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, and picking up on that. So stage 6 we approved in 2021. Okay, good. Now, when we look at this map, anything in the yellow, you made reference to, I guess, Qualico owns land in that area. Is that subject to their rezoning at some future time? So that'll be another developer, and then there'll be all those gyrations in terms of negotiations.
To Councillor Harris, that is correct. So those applications, Qualico will have to bring them forward.
Okay, so then this will effectively, with what we have seen in stage 5 and stage 6, ultimately then Landrex is complete in the Windsor Point.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, they also have stage 7.
Oh.
On your...
Got it. Yep. Thanks for that clarification. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. That appears to be all the questions. So at this point in time, we have Chuck McNutt from WSP and Mike Yoakum from Landrex. Chuck, I believe, is on the line. It is a public hearing, and I know you indicated you only want to answer questions, but I still need to have you state your name, who you're with, and for the record, if you're in favor or opposed. And then if you have anything to say, you would have 5 minutes. If not, I'll just open it up to questions.
Thank you, Worship Members of Council. Yes, it's Chuck McNutt here, a senior planner with WSP. Yes, I'm in support with the applicant, so certainly in support of the application. And I do not have a presentation, but I am certainly available to answer any questions if Council has anything.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will just ask, are there any questions of Council to Mr. McNutt? Doesn't appear to be, so thank you very much for coming out, and you can just stay on and put your camera down, but you can stay on to listen. All right. Okay. That appears to be everybody who is registered who's going to speak. So with that, then administration, are there any final questions of administration? Patrick, or Councillor Noyan, sorry, just a second. Just a second, there it is. Okay.
Just one quick question further to the, it being a small parcel. So there's one very tiny triangle with at the top of the intersection of what would be Wynn Road and West Park Drive. So that would end up being public utility as well. It is just beyond on the top, on the north side of this parcel. It's not within the boundaries, it's adjacent.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyan, is it the parcel north of public utility?
Yes, there's a very small triangle, so that was there. It's not big enough for any lot, so that would just end up being public utility. I think there's one further north to this as well.
So that would be urban reserve, so it will be for the future development. This application is not going north of public utility lot. So.
Yeah, okay, good enough, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there doesn't appear to be any further questions and no additional questions of yourselves. So with that, I will close the public hearing and we will go to business arising from the public hearing. So go ahead.
So the recommendation is that council give second reading to bylaw C16-22.
All right, thank you very much. What is the wish of council? Councillor Blizzard.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
You want just part one? That council gives second reading to bylaw C16-22 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 by redistricting part of Southwest Quarter 24-54-23-4WM as presented.
All right, thank you very much. Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Yes, it's just a small area and it fits in with the rest of the area, so good.
Okay, thank you. The motion is accepted. It has been spoken in favor. It's open for second reading. Okay, not seeing anything on close. You're good. All right, the motion is now closed for second reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Would you like to continue with third? Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to give third reading to bylaw C16-22 as presented.
Thank you. Anything further to speak in favor?
Nope.
Thank you. Anything on discussion and debate? Not seeing anything. Anything on close? All right, I will close the motion. Please cast your vote on third reading. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, and thank you for your presentation. All right, the next item, Recreation Infrastructure Service Level Review. Heather Cowie, Brad Babiak, and Grant Schaefer presenting.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Heather Cowie. I'm the General Manager of Community and Protective Services. With me today is Brad Babiak, our Director of Culture and Recreation, and Grant Schaefer, our Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering. We are pleased to be here today to present an indoor recreation infrastructure hybrid review process. This work will provide a strategic assessment of the city's indoor recreation programs, facilities for accommodating long-term growth in the community. This process will provide Council with considered information to make informed decisions. As background, this process was presented at the March 15th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting for Council feedback. At the March 22nd, 2022 regular Council meeting, Councillor Nguyen gave notice that he would introduce a motion at the April 12th, 2022 regular Council meeting to rescind R308-21. At the following April 12th, 2022 regular Council meeting, a referral motion was passed by Council that stated that Council refer the motion to administration to present a hybrid model between the Aquatics Infrastructure Service Level Review and R308-21, and further that this information be presented prior to the end of May 2022. Based on that postponement motion, a postponement motion was passed that Council postpone the notice of motion to rescind R308-21 until such time that information was presented to Council on aquatic hybrid model prior to the end of this month. So the highlights of the hybrid process, which are in your attachment, the hybrid process will still secure engineering studies to re-examine the state of the facility to be operational in the long term. This assessment would be strictly from an infrastructure life cycle perspective and not a functional perspective. This assessment will examine the ability and cost to maintain the current functioning of the pool with recommendations as to the reasonable life cycle of the pool and the viability of the site to accommodate future expansion. For Section 2 in your attachment, the expanded scope of work in this hybrid process includes potential expansion of indoor ice and fitness and wellness spaces at the Dow Centennial Centre, in addition to aquatics facilities. This additional work was added due based on the scope of work outlined in CR 3098-21. In addition, work was added relating to engaging subject matter experts as part of the review of trends in leading practices. This increase in scope is estimated to cost $67,000, and there would be an estimated to be an additional 15 works a week required. For Section 3, the increased scope of facilities being considered also had a significant impact in this section. Each of the components, aquatics, indoor ice, fitness and wellness, would have been integrated into the concept development work. There's also work required to develop the respective business cases for each of these components, including determining when each would be needed. Other items to be contemplated in the development of the plan are common areas required to support the various components, such as building access, lobby, washrooms, and smaller multi-purpose spaces. This section has your largest increase of $112,000 and about an additional 6 weeks of work. As a note, administration added additional details on engagement with subject matter experts throughout the process related to safety, environmental considerations, accessibility, and sport, fitness, and wellness considerations. Financial implications and timeline. The total of costs being requested of council is $417,600, including contingency funding for potential cost overages. Costing has been considered conservative costing estimates to help ensure the inflationary pressures. For example, CPI was reported at 5.7% on April 13th by the Bank of Canada, but was forecast to be 5% back in January 2022. An additional engagement, the expanded scope of work, and possible efficiencies in the alignment. Our request for a decision is that Council approve the outlined aquatic infrastructure service level review process in Appendix A of your package as attached to your Council report. As alternatives, you could provide us additional direction for inclusion into the aquatics infrastructure service level, or you take no action, which means administration would not proceed with our aquatics level review. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be delighted to take questions.
All right, thank you. We will get into questions first. Councillor Kelly.
I'm not normally the first to speak. That surprises me. Thank you. I don't understand, and perhaps one of the other councillors would like to help me understand or give me some color on why it's determined at this stage of the game advisable to include in this study another ice surface and expansion for the fitness facility. We're adding work on top of work. Before you answer that question, and I'll turn it over to council, but could you confirm, please, Heather, that in our 10-year capital plan, I believe there's some monies allocated for potential retrofit or rejuvenation of the, not the harbor pool, but the ice, what was JRC?
I may look to Janelle Smith-Duguid for that.
Through your worship, yes, council did approve, I want to say $11 or $12 million for the JRC.
Just the design.
Sorry, so far the design work has only been approved.
But it's there, and it has been a placeholder, if nothing else. Okay, I'd like some. I don't understand why we're combining the all three of them into and confusing the issue. So if anybody could shed some color on that, I'd appreciate it.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'll do my best to respond. When we looked and went back at the original motion made by Councillor Blizzard, it included the aspects of ice, pool, and fitness and wellness in the original. So we took that as our guiding post and added what we did after budget.
I understand that. Thanks, Heather. I'm primarily looking at Councillor Blizzard for some color.
Okay. And actually right now we're just in questions. We're not in debate at this point in time.
This is a question?
Yeah, I know, but it's...
All right, I can wait. I won't push it. I've got other questions though, so let me continue them, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Will the study, or somewhere in the report, will it indicate why we seem to, as a city, focus on having all of our rec facilities or indoor facilities in one location. I gather that there's a perception of some advantages to that, and I'd like to report to discuss those. I, however, personally can see many disadvantages, and I'd like the report to address that too, both from a perspective of impact to that site and impact to the community as a whole, concentrating services in one location. Is that possible to include?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Catcher, if I may, one more question and then please come back to me.
Okay.
Thank you. In the comparable research that you propose talking to comparators, and so you should, obviously. Will part of that research talk to our comparators and perhaps go deeper than ask them what they charge or what they provide, but ask them in effect the process they use to make these decisions? In other words, what I'm looking for this council is an analysis of best practices, not what we do, but why we do it or how we do it.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, we can certainly take a look at that, whether we get the information that's provided, but we'll ask.
We can ask. Thank you. I'm good for, please come back to me.
Okay, thank you. I've got you on my list. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, my first question has to do with the cost allocation for the DCC concept plan. So originally, Councillor Blizzard's motion was for $300,000. So reducing the budget to, sorry, my scrolling isn't working, $125,000. What are the major components that we are losing behind the design? Is it just the level of detail in the drawings, or can you speak to what components are will not be included?
Yeah, Mr. Fleming, or
Yeah, through your worship, I can take that one. The original, everything that was in the original $300,000 motion is in this hybrid model as well. So there's nothing that's been lost. Really, what we didn't do before with the $300,000 motion is break it out in this way so that you could see. But the original intent was always to do public engagement and to do a business case and to do the concept drawings. So there's nothing that's been lost.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess we're all in favor. So my second question has to do with under the section 3. So it outlines the concept would consider the findings of the long-term viability of the harbor pool and how best to allocate the facility program's aquatic component between the two facilities if that should prove to be a feasible option. I was under the understanding that we'd be looking at the DCC aquatic area expansion more independently than this sentence described. So this is kind of making a conjunction of leveraging the findings based on the harbor pool as opposed to simply considering the benefits of the DCC expansion. So yeah, what's the value in that in doing that?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So part of the process was to collect information and just to develop the facility program, and from that look at the available assets in the community, which include the harbor pool, as well as the expansion opportunities in terms of where that would best fit without a preconceived notion of whether that would be harbor pool or the DCC. And then based on the recommendation and the business case developed, it would then be determined what makes the most sense where. So for example, it may be determined that, for example, swim lessons with the current harbor pool configuration, it's not best served in terms of getting the most people through in the most efficient manner to deliver that program. Whereas that might be better delivered at DCC.
Okay, so this component would be on more of a scale of operations for our programming as to opposed to just facility planning. Yeah, I'd be correct in saying that.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyan, yes, the facility program would be the driver that would then determine which facilities best and most efficiently allow us to deliver it, is the intent here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next on the speaking order. So my first question is a hypothetical one, and I'll probably address it to Mr. Fleming. So hypothetically, I'm just curious with this kind of a hybrid, which I don't think is a hybrid, if a majority of council really felt that they didn't want to go down the road of Harbor Pool, then is it redundant to spend probably over $100,000 and some on this information? So I just asked that question.
Yeah, Your Worship, I guess just in a straightforward general sense, if there's no intent to move forward with the harbor pool, then taking the time to study it wouldn't make a lot of sense. So.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just second with that, and it just kind of tags on to that. So if this were approved tonight, well, do you believe that any work that would be done now, given a pool, if there was one built at the DCC, which could take 4, 5, 6 years, do you believe that anything that might be done now would have to be redone by the next council in order to have up-to-date information, since we've already done this?
Yeah, through your worship, I guess my hope would be that if we do a good job and we get all of the right data and information, that there shouldn't be a need in the near future to redo any of the work. That's why we've priced this out so comprehensively and used such conservative estimates. Because, yeah, I think continually just redoing this work over and over, I mean, that wouldn't be in the best interest of the community, so.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you one more hypothetical, will be my third one, and then I'll stop. So my third hypothetical question, if this motion were to fail and then the reconsideration motion were to pass, just hypothetically, does that put the $300,000 back into the budget and then what was requested from the first? So most of what's in here for what would be included in that, would that then form this?
Yeah, through your worship, so if this motion fails, then there is a motion after this. If that motion passed, then yes, the $300,000 would be restored to the budget. I think with the amount of work that we've done on both the harbor pool study that was presented to council before and this hybrid motion, that we'd be in a pretty good place to do a better job of defining the $300,000 and what it is. And that work would proceed obviously right away if council passes the second motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Troy, can we hypothetically ask hypothetical questions to sway council's votes? It's a hypothetical question. I'm kidding. So my first question is, on the service level review, it says that the third sentence says that these assessments will be strictly from an infrastructure life cycle perspective and not a functional assessment. And that just sets off a light bulb in my head, because I'm wondering, from that statement, are we going to be missing anything as a result of doing these assessments? And I guess that's a question for Grant.
Your Worship, Councillor Abatoye, the intent of the facility assessment for Harbor Pool is just to make sure that we understand everything that would need to do to that facility to keep it operating as it is in the longer term, and what timelines that puts on certain items. So if there's basin repairs required or things like that, we know understand when those need to happen, what those impacts are, and then what that does for the extension of the life cycle, so that we at least have a base level of a better base level of what Harbor Pool is right now. And then the second piece of that would be then to go into the next phase and say, can it meet?
And so that's under section 2.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. So my second question is, you had mentioned somewhere that we're going to be doing section 1 and section 2 simultaneously, right?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, we are hoping to do that. We just haven't gone out to RFP yet. So we just don't know what the capability out there in the RFP world is.
Okay. So my next question then is regarding the community engagement. When I read what you have under community engagements in section 2, it says conduct engagement to determine community support for current service levels and or updates for expansion of the DCC for a new aquatics facility and additional and etc. But I think that statement is assuming that after the assessment is done, then we're going to be going straight to creating a new aquatics facility. What I would have expected for community engagement will be based on whatever results we get from the assessments. We're coming to the residents and saying, hey, we have these two options. Is either we're going to create a new facility or we have the harbor pool. But obviously based on the assessments, it has to come back and say, okay, it's good to go. But I feel like this statement is just saying that we're going to go ahead and create a new facility. So I just wanted a bit of clarification around that.
Right. Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I think when we said current service levels, I think we meant the harbour pool. So I don't think we're inferring that it's going to be at the DCC. So apologize for that confusion.
Oh, current service level means harbour pool. Okay, perfect. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
So with this, would we then also look at the possibility of 2 pools? Because I kind of think the original motion that I had made was, the assumption was taken, because when I came back and we were looking at it, that it would have only 1 pool. But with this, would we look at keeping Harbour Pool? So that's why we need to know the costs and potentially a new pool? Or is this going only 1 pool either way?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, it would allow for the opportunity to examine both pools. It would not take Harbour Pool off the table in terms of a consideration. So if the business cases and the facility program indicate that it's better served or could be delivered more efficiently in 2 facilities, that would be a consideration. And we would leave it to the consultants to develop a recommendation that supports that. But they may come back with a specific reference to 1 site.
Which is fine. Yep, I just would like to know. So if we turned this down, though, and went back to the original motion, which is next on the table, that was only for 1 pool at the Dow. Like, I like the idea of looking at both.
So through your worship, I don't think the work that we're doing would exclude that idea. For a number of years now, the city hasn't been proceeding under the assumption that there would be 2 pools here, at least any time in the near future. But again, once we get the data back and kind of let the data speak to it, then, again, I don't think we've excluded that as an option. It hasn't been the assumption of the city for a while now, though.
Okay. I guess my only concern here is the length of time. So the time, if this isn't passed, the other one would be a little quicker because we've got a little less to do. And not that I want to rush anything, but I'm just, it always seems like it's over a year this one would take.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I cannot remember what the original time frame was that we were looking at.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I don't either offhand.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was shorter than this was, 42 weeks.
So, yeah, 20 weeks, but it's, yeah. Okay, I'll let others ask questions for now.
Councillor Harris.
So when we consider the existing investment that we have in the pool that has been here since the 80s, what would we suggest as the total capitalized value for capital reporting our financial statements of Harbour Pool, respecting the fact we just put $1.5 million into new change rooms and we've done ongoing maintenance and things of that nature? So what's the total capital value on our financial reports?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I think you just all saw us looking at each other and going, I'm not sure. I think we can get that information for you. Don't have it in front of me right now. I apologize.
The reason I asked the question is because we have a pool. It from this plan, it's to look at kind of the basics that we need to do to keep it operational. Is that a correct assessment? In other words, Mr. Schaefer, if we have to replace the basin, if we have to fix the basin, if we have to do something, and that's pretty major. But it ultimately looks at potentially lengthening the time that facility could conceivably operate. And do we have any sort of an idea of how many communities our size and say up to about 50,000 only have one pool, whether it's a big one or not?
Okay, so there's two questions in there.
So I'm going to go to your, through your worship, Councillor Harris, I'm going to go to your second question first, and then you're going to repeat the first question for me. But second question, we haven't done the comparator analysis yet. We've got some preliminary information. Our pool supervisor is aware of what's going on in the region, but we haven't done a deep dive to it. And I'm sorry, your first question?
Well, I guess where I was coming from is I expect that at some point in time, the city will be big enough to support two pools. Whether it's the harbor pool that gets refurbished and moved along, kind of which I understand is happening here. And then the potential for building a new multi-aquatic facility at the DCC, or depending on how Councillor Kelly looks at it, somewhere else potentially. But is that what would come out of this? We would actually then have a better idea of how we can move harbor pool into the future through this analysis. Is that my correct assumption?
Your worship, the Councillor Harris. So the assessment of harbor pool would identify those things that would extend the life cycle of the pool as it is now, yes.
But not make it substantially better.
Not change the function, but extend the life cycle as it is. That'd be the intent.
Okay, so it wouldn't include if we wanted to build a new basin that's bigger or extend the roof line or something like that.
Not within the phase one assessment. Things like that would be looked at to see what are the potential expansion options for the pool, for harbor pool. And that's part of the step two or phase two process.
Well, and for me, that's important. So thank you for that clarification. So we get a two-part process relative to harbor pool, and we get all the other stuff relative to all the other recreation stuff. So thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, we're back to you.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Katcher, with respect, I noted, like Councillor Abatoye did, that perhaps you were touching the line with comments during your last question period, and I'll leave it at that for now. A question for administration. Does administration have, has council been provided within the last 8 years any information, data, study, or authoritative report that would suggest or state that harbor pool is near the end of its useful life?
I would say, through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, I don't think the infrastructure, the building envelope, as I think we discussed last meeting, is near end of life. I don't believe anything in our reports. I think the reports that we have done have indicated you need to do work here, you need to pay attention to purging, you need to pay attention to this, which we have.
So if I could summarize your comment, the structure and the pool basin and the functional heavy-duty, heavy lifting equipment within there, including the walls and the roof, are structurally sound and worthy of consideration for renewal, refurbishment, and use into the following decades. I believe that's what the engineering study said. So if I'm wrong there, please correct me.
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, I think that's what step one will do, is make some confirmations of the work that has been done previously to make sure that what we think about life cycle longevity of the facility is actually correct.
Are you planning on doing more work, or are you going to re-summarize the stuff we already have?
I think step one, through worship to Councillor Kelly, step one has the consultant look at what's already been done and then do a bit of deeper dive to see what the impact of the last years have been on the facility. Would that be fair, Mr. Schaefer?
Okay, thank you. I've got additional questions, but I'll wait my turn again.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Nguyen, you were on. Did your question get answered, or did I knock you off? Oh, Okay, thank you. So you'll come back. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
So in the 2008 Rec Master Plan, it suggested that should the Harbor Pool, and this was 16 years ago, they were talking about possibly not having it if it got replaced, could be used as an outdoor pool. Is that something that's been discussed lately? Because I could see that, and that would benefit still. We don't have an outdoor pool, but definitely a possibility. It was written about in the Rec Master Plan.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, anything is a possibility.
Okay.
That's good for you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have one additional question. It kind of comes back to it when you talk about life cycle of Harbor Pool. So is it relevant to do that now? If a new pool were to be built, would it not be required to do it again like in 5 or 6 years because you would have that much time put on the age of it? So that's what I'm trying to draw out. Is this a waste to do this now if a new pool were to be approved?
I think, Your Worship, that what the intent of this is to do an evaluation of Harbor Pool to make sure that it is a viable option. Right, we want to make sure that we haven't missed something in the last 8 years that we've been doing the work, since we've done the 5 years since we've done the last building assessment reports, those things. So we want to make sure that we haven't missed something. To our knowledge, we've done what we're supposed to do. We have the list of items that we're going to have to take care of over the next few years, but those are always there with every building. So it's right now it's to reconfirm that list and make sure that there's not something we've missed, to make sure that Harbor Pool is, if that's the way that the programming and the recommendations come out, that it is a viable alternative.
Okay, so question 2 to you then. When you say viable option, is that to be the pool of the future? What are you talking about, viable option?
Your Worship, just that it's still a viable facility. So that basically what we're looking at is what do we need to do to that facility to keep it running the way it is. We're not looking to do major, at least in stage 1, this first stage report, it's not to look at expansion options and things like that. It's to look at what the condition of the facility is, to make sure that if it is the best option or it needs to bridge a gap for however many years, we know what we need to do for that time.
Okay, all right, I'll let you go on that. Now, Councillor Kelly, I think you said come back to you. Did you want me to come back to you? Because there's nobody else in the order for questions. Sorry. Get my pen.
Thank you. There's mention made in your report and the report before as well about getting a consultant to help gather the unique identifier data that I know the prior council referenced in conversation and debate at least a couple of years ago as necessary. And then it was mentioned in one of our council meetings that the IntelliPoint software was now in use. And so how does all this tie together? Like, the library can issue library cards to anybody that walks in the door, and they can identify every book that person has checked out. Could probably tell us how many books that person checked out in the last decade. So why is it so difficult for us to gather data on things like a pool or a Dow Center or any one of our facilities?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so I think when we have the data in terms of Intelli, in terms of tracking who goes to what, we can do that from a program perspective because we get their information because they have to register and give us a name. They do that as well when they purchase a pass from us. They don't do that when they just do a drop-in. So based on conversations that we had with council previously, we're going to be looking at doing some Intercept surveys, if you will, to understand who is coming in from an admission perspective. What's your postal code? That kind of thing, and then we'll be able to track that. So we would do that both at the Harbor Pool and at the DCC, so we understand that. So typically when you go, it's like going to a movie. You pay your money, movie theater does not know where you're coming from. Same for us with admissions in recreation.
If I took my 7 or 8 year old child to the library. Would the library issue them a library card? I believe they would, but let's assume they would. I have a library card on my key fob that's about this long and this wide, costs probably $0.015 to make. Why don't we have a system like that, and what's stopping us from having a system like that so that can be tracked electronically every time somebody walks through the door?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think that's something we can consider, but that is not something that happens in any other recreation spaces that I'm aware of. So, I mean, we could take a look at it, but it's not something that's traditionally happened in recreation facilities.
You know what? I'm going to comment on that comment in a few minutes. Thank you. Let's go.
I'm gonna throw my pen out. I have this little pen here that just turns everything off. So, okay, thank you. So that looks like that's all of the questions. All right, so did you want to put the motion on and we can see what council wants to do? Well, you're first up, so go ahead as soon as it comes on. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I move that council approve the outlined indoor recreation infrastructure hybrid expansion review process, brackets Appendix A, as attached to the council report dated May 10, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, yes, I really would. Thank you, Mayor Catcher. There seems to be on council a reluctance to consider the existing harbor pool as something that's worthwhile looking at. The 2013 to 2017 council and the 2017 to the 2021 council and the current council to date have not seen one piece of evidence that would indicate that that structure isn't worthy of consideration. And that's what my motion intended to do at the outset. The original motion in the budget overruled that, put it out of sight, and without any documentation to support that, and we have none, then it becomes a personal opinion that I don't like the look of that pool and we need something better. And we're spending other people's money here. We're spending a lot of other people's money here. We're talking about an investment that is truly multi-generational and will be the biggest investment in this community for the next 25 years, just like the existing harbor pool was for 20 years until the Dow was built. And I think the harbor pool maybe still beat the Dow, but I'm not certain. Certainly until City Hall was built. It's decades these things last, decades of commitment by the community to pay the debenture to have it. It behooves council to act in a responsible way and to look at all options. We haven't ruled out one, other than some personal opinion that I don't like the look of it, or it's not worth being fixed, or there's some cost to it. We know there's some costs. And as Mr. Schaefer accurately pointed out, there's costs with a brand new building. They start with the first debenture payment, and they go from there. Excuse me. Please don't do that. Thank you. Now that you've broke my train of thought, give me a second, Mayor Catcher, but don't take away the mic. I'll support this particular hybrid model because it has a starting point. It's looking what we have already, how we can make that better, what are our options to improve it or retrofit it to make it fit our needs for the city as we have today. Nobody, Mayor Catcher, is suggesting that a retrofit harbor pool will be the only pool for the next 25 years. Absolutely nobody. But what it is saying is that we look at Harbor Pool right now to find out what it will be. And until we do the work, we do not know. And baseless opinion isn't worth tens of millions of dollars. I'm sorry, it is not. I'd like to comment while I'm in my opening comments. Sorry, Heather, but I'm coming at you. What I really would like to see this council look to doing is establishing some best practices. And best practices include generating data so that we can identify how our facilities are being used, by whom and what for and how often, so that we can design facilities that are efficient from a capital perspective and we don't overbuild, we don't waste money. And until we gather the data, we can never do that. So I'm sorry, but I don't care that nobody else does it. I know for a fact that they should. And if they choose not to, that's their problem, not ours. And I repeat my comment. In fact, I'll add one more. When mad cow disease hit Canada a couple decades ago, within a year, the Cattlemen's Association had a labeling system so they could track from birth to death every flippin' animal that was born in the country. 1 year. The library, and every library across the land issues a card to everybody. It's accepted practice. You wave the card, you walk through the door, you're tracked. And I fail to see why we can't accomplish the same sort of thing and why it's taking so long. Again, and I'm going to summarize, and I will have more comments as council weighs in on this. Do not lose sight of the fact, everybody, that we're talking tens of millions of dollars here. We have, to date, and I've read it all, very little to support any decision that this council could possibly make today, except let's get on with further study and let's start at ground zero and work our way forward. Thank you.
Okay. Before I turn your mic off, we do need to add the dollar amount into the motion and the funding source. Will you accept that? We have to do it, but I have to ask. Oh, a second. Okay.
Of course, I'll take that as an editorial adjustment.
Okay,
Friendly amendment.
Ms. Exley, if you can change the. Thank you. All right, so we are in discussion and debate. Councillor Macon, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I guess I would hope that nobody's opinion on the matter is baseless. We all have the ability to read the documents and interpret for ourselves what they mean for us, and that does form our opinion. So I will support this motion. I do believe it's the best course of action, looking at not just Harbor Pool to start, but starting to look at everything so that we get all the information back at the beginning. When when the motion was originally canceled and then this Harbor Pool one was brought forward, I did believe that there was no reason for us to delay the work on the DCC because that information was pertinent to making the decision of where we go from here. And I apologize, you can now hear my dogs. So I guess that's all I really wanted to say is that I am going to support this motion. I do believe gathering all the information at the same time is important for us to make the prudent decision, and waiting until one line of work is done before starting the other, to me, made no sense. So I appreciate where this hybrid motion has gone, and those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm next in the speaking order. So at the start, I wasn't going to support this. I'm still on the fence, but your words bridge maybe got me. So maybe I'll decide when it comes to that. But really, at the end of the day, I mean, when motion on, I thought it was a very good motion because it was to look at everything comprehensively at the Dow Centennial Center and provide us an option to pick or choose what the next facility might be out there. including fitness, because we continue to hear that, people would like the fitness area expanded as well. So, we don't want that to fall on deaf ears as well. And that was included in the original 300,000. So that's why I supported that one wholeheartedly. I don't support injecting money into Harbor Pool thinking that it option of the future. My opinion is that, yes, it's old. If we were to try and expand it, it would be closed down for a period of time, which would not go well with our citizens. And that's where I've struggled with this report, is every time I see the money in pool, I kind of go, I think that's a waste, because the next council, if a pool is approved at the Dow Centennial Center, then they're going to make the decision, do we want a second pool or do we not want to keep Harbor Pool active or not? And I think those are questions that a future council will make. This isn't about talking about building it like tomorrow, because even if we approved it tomorrow, which won't happen, it's going to take several years to get a facility built. And do we want to include going over the gymnasium to build a fitness center? Do we want to include that in there? Well, we need to know all that information before we can make a wholehearted decision. So I can support everything that was in Councillor Blizzard's motion. I can't support anything that talks about Harbor Pool as being the future, other than perhaps a secondary pool, which will be another council's decision. So I'll decide whether I'm going to support this or not. But a lot of good work is into this. It's sad that it's going to take 62 weeks, because it just feels like we can't get to where we need to be. And I understand it takes time, but I think some of this doesn't need to be done. So that's my personal opinion, and I have a right to my opinion. Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just some comments that I've heard that seem to encompass flawed logic. When we're talking about comparable research for facilities in similar sized communities, I've also heard during this process that we should not be comparing ourselves to other communities of our size whatsoever. We need to do what's in the best interest of Fort Saskatchewan. So in saying that, I'm not quite sure what the reasoning is, the rationale behind doing comparable research when Fort Saskatchewan wants to and should be an independently thinking and governing municipality in a recreational service level. Something else, regarding the life cycle of the facility itself, I find it rather difficult to gauge our aquatic needs as being met based on the life cycle of a facility itself in the majority. Having a vast array of experience working in Greater Edmonton region recreational facilities, there is not one other aquatics facility that I can think of that is not open to the public in some capacity at all hours. The functional use of our facility is very clearly inadequate to me, based on the opening schedule of that facility. It accommodates the public for a few hours most days, and certainly not the majority of any day of the week, and that is very frustrating to our residents. One of the biggest responsibilities I think we have as council is to be able to see the larger need and provide services to our community that citizens cannot provide for themselves in the scale that a pool expansion could provide. My bigger concerns with going into this process is what I can see, and it's debatable as redundancies in in all of the work that previous administration and previous years administration and previous councils have put in to aquatic infrastructure, we have 20 documents available to the public and to us, dating back to 2003, that evaluate our aquatic infrastructure in terms of service levels and the harbor pool. In 20, and I think the majority of those documents, I believe 15 I counted, have been created in the last 6 years. The harbor pool concept study already has design work and different options for both the DCC and the harbor pool. So it's hard for me to support further costs for design work and basically throwing away the $42,500 that was spent in the concept study in 2015. In 2003, the harbor pool operation analysis retrofit feasibility concluded that the harbor pool no longer meets the needs for about 10 different key areas, public needs for these areas, including our aquatics needs. And it seems like we're not relying on any of this previous information that we've had, and that's what is a little bit frustrating to me. So I would like to see some progress as a councillor to provide for the needs of our community and to be able to meet the needs of people in a timely manner and not have this process draw on for another 10 years. Whatever that looks like. So going forward, I could see myself supporting parts of the plan as it's outlined, but I certainly do not support all of the plan.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're next.
I'll support the resolution going forward because I really think that it's time to put it all into one nice package. As you've made reference to the fact that it's been studied to death, I think it needs to be studied in the context of total recreational needs. I asked the capitalized value of Harbor Pool. I'd be surprised if it didn't come in at around $30+ million. We have a major investment, notwithstanding it has some limitations. And obviously, I think it could be programmed in a different way to meet our needs. But I think that as the community grows, I see a role for Harbor Pool in the long term. I see a reinvestment in Harbor Pool in the interests of our community. I cannot see us spending $50 million plus on a new facility at the Dow Centennial Center before our community is substantially bigger than it is today. So that's why I think doing the analysis now to put us into a better planning framework is definitely a prudent planning step. And to look at the things that we need to do to keep Harbor Pool operational, but more so, in my opinion, to keep it in the context of being able to use it for the future. Because when we're 50,000 people, we will not be sufficiently resourced and serviced by one pool. We will need to. Look at Sherwood Park. Strathcona County took the pool by the fire hall, the Kinsman Pool, and they've made numerous reinvestments in that pool. They've got 3 major pools in Sherwood Park with a population of about 75,000 people. I think that doing this analysis will allow us to have a better idea of how we can purpose Harbor Pool. And if we had to shut Harbor Pool down to do something major for a period of time, people will do exactly what they do today because of our, probably I would call it poor programming, that we can't meet the need for lessons. They go to Sherwood Park. We are in the north or the southeast region, and people gravitate to Sherwood Park in Strathcona County as a normal consequence for shopping and for other recreational needs. So I think if we look at our partnering opportunities with Strathcona County to meet our needs, to help us meet our needs, those are legitimate discussions to have from an intermunicipal planning standpoint, and that we make a reinvestment in our facilities that makes sense for the future. And get to a point, hopefully through this time of rapid, stellar inflation, I wouldn't want to take on a major capital project at this point in time because of what we're seeing happen in the world and in the province. So I'll support this this motion because I think it's a prudent financial analysis to be undertaken, and it will help us put to bed once and for all what is the opportunity to deal with Harbour Pool and to plan for something at some point in the future. Mayor Kitcher, you made the comment that even if we approved it tomorrow, we wouldn't be getting off the ground with a major pool at the Dow for another 6 or 8 years. And you're probably right. But the reality is we still have to get Harbour Pool through to the future. And I think it has an opportunity to be reinvested in. And ultimately, this is the analysis that needs to take place, both from an operational standpoint initially and for the long-term viability of the facility. So I'll support the resolution on that basis. It's prudent and it makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're next.
One thing I don't like about this is the time. Here we are now in spring of 2022. We're not going to get results until the fall of 2023. That's quite a time frame. But I do think the numbers are needed by some people. And if some people on council need numbers, that's terrific. If others do it because they've done research or talking to citizens other ways, I don't think those people should be cut down for it, just because some need their numbers and some don't. But I do think numbers are important. I will support this because this isn't a large increase in costs. I think in the end we will get some numbers and maybe justify which direction we go. So that is very important. And from the original motion that I had made, I still think that was a $300,000 ask. This is not a huge increase, which will get us a lot more information so we can make better decisions. And one more thing I will add is, why was the rink included? The rink included was as a possibility. It wouldn't have been a given. There would be some efficiencies if a rink is decided that 5 years down the road a rink would be added at the Dow. There may be efficiencies that can be put in so that we know when the rink's coming, we have enough equipment needed and save some costs down the road. That's why that was included.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Abatoye next.
Thank you. I absolutely support this motion, and that's why I asked for this referral at the last council meeting. I take this decision with so much gravity because, we're talking about what could potentially be $40 to $70 million of generational taxpayers' money. And so for me, this is, for me, it would be irresponsible of me to go ahead and approve the process for a new pool without taking stock of what we currently have, of the old assets. And as has been mentioned before, we do have investment there. In the last 3 to 4 years, we had put in $1.5 million into that Harbour pool. And, it will just be important for us to review it. I do not think that a new pool will completely solve our issues, with the swimming lessons and the public swimming and all the issues we have around swimming. And that's why I think Section 2 in this review is so important, because it analyzes the data, right? And maybe we can come up with some innovative solutions on how to deal with the problems, I do not believe that a new pool is the immediate solution we need. As has been mentioned, the previous motion was a $300,000. It was going to cost $300,000 for just DCC, but administration has been creative enough to come up with a $400,000 project that would review both pools, and we've also had Grant say, the engineering manager say that, we need to make sure that we haven't missed anything, and that we need to be sure that Harbour Pool continues to be a viable option. And for me, this process just answers the question of, do we need a pool now, in 4 years, or in 10 years, or even longer? That's what this review does for me, and that's why I absolutely support it. I think it's a prudent thing to do right now. I don't think we're throwing money. I think it's the right thing to do, because I don't know however the report comes back, if we have to go ahead and build a new pool, we can say that, okay, we did our due diligence. This is us doing due diligence. And that's why I think this is the right. Is someone turning off my mic? Right? Okay. And that's why I think this is the right thing to do. And so I totally, absolutely support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, there's no other speakers, so Councillor Kelly. Oh. Okay. It's okay. I have to keep doing this.
Maybe Mayor Catcher, there's something a bit Freudian to that. I'm not sure. That is supposed to be a joke. Thank you. Councillor Blizzard referred to the 2008 rec plan, and I've stated before, I believe that's one of the best plans that this community's ever put together. The 2008 plan has as one of their 17 goals, and the goals are worth reading, the goals are worth keeping and referring to. But one of the goals is to produce economies by reusing, wherever possible, existing infrastructure. That also matches a comment that came out about 4 years ago with the Conservative government and their Blue Ribbon report, the McKinnon report, where it looked at the capital spending of municipalities in Alberta versus municipalities, and the cost of that spending, by the way. That was the real purpose for the report, but it also compared it to municipalities across the rest of the country and each province. Alberta far outstrips on a municipal level our comparators in other provinces as to what we spend for operations and on infrastructure. The McKinnon report also said one of the ways to become more efficient in capital spending is to repurpose and reuse the existing infrastructure. Don't knock it down, reuse it, make it work again. I ran for council in 17 and more recently in 21 on a platform widely recognized across the community for fiscal responsibility. Every time I speak, I know it sounds like I don't want anything. That's simply not true. I question everything. That's what I do. Doesn't mean I'm not for it. It means I question it. If I don't question it, I don't understand it. If I don't question it, Ms. Cowie, I don't hold your toes to the fire. And that's part of my job. It's not my only part. And I appreciate working with you. Don't get me wrong, please. But fiscal responsibility means that I question everything we do, each and every time, from a prudent perspective. Is this the wisest thing to do given the information we have right now? And what information do we need to have in our hands to make a wiser decision? Fiscal responsibility means to me that I look at an expenditure like this from the viewpoint of the entire community, not just the user groups, not just those people that are most familiar with using a pool, but I look at it from the perspective of everybody. I truthfully get phone calls from people saying, please, please, fight against a pool because I don't want the burden on my property tax bill. And I'm not making that stuff up, it's the truth. People in this community understand what I stand for. So it's not that I don't want a new pool, I want the right pool at a cost that the community can bear, that serves our needs, not our wants. Our wants are limitless, particularly when we only recover 23 cents on the operating dollar through user fees. I've used this example before somewhat facetiously, but it's time to bring it forward. If I, as an entrepreneur, opened up a bar and charged 25 cents on the dollar for every beer I sold, I would be run out of business. I would have people traveling from across the prairie provinces to visit my establishment. We recover on our existing pool less than 25 cents of our operating costs. If we were recovering 80 or 90% of our operating costs, this council wouldn't get, and I personally wouldn't get so bent and so concerned about spending another $50 million on a new facility, because I would know that people are paying for it, therefore they value it and they need it. And economic study and authoritative research points to that simple fact. You build what people need. And one of the ways to determine that is to find out what they will pay for it. Simple reality. Might be uncomfortable, but it is a reality. So I appreciate that. It appears to me that most of council supports the motion. It's one I've certainly given a lot of thought to and lost a lot of sleep over. It's a significant investment in the community and something I take very seriously. So I think I look forward to the results of the study and the check-ins with administration in the months going forward. And I do hope that at the end of the day, this council comes up with a plan that makes sense from a fiscal perspective for our entire community. So I encourage everybody to vote for it. And Mayor Katcher, I'm ready for the question.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is carried 6-1. Thank you very much, and thank you. I've been asked for a very quick break. Can we, 5 minutes? Okay, five minutes. Okay, we will go into recess. So everybody back at 7 o'clock. And then I have to deal with your motion. Okay, we will get started once again. We will return from recess. So we do have to deal with 9.2. So I'm going to go to you, Councillor Nguyen, for what is your desire? Okay. Go ahead.
So based on council's decision in majority to approve the previous motion, I'm prepared to withdraw the motion to rescind 34. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one here.
308-21.
Thank you. 308-1.
21.
Dash 21.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll consider that withdrawn. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to some very patient people. So our new business is RCMP annual policing priorities for 2022 and 2023. Maureen, I will ask you to make introductions of everybody that you brought with you. Just nice picture.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Corrine Rayner, and I'm the Director of Protective Services for the city. With me, I have our, just give me 1 second here, our Acting Detachment Commander, Staff Sergeant Pernell St. Pierre, and I'm happy to introduce to you our new Inspector and Detachment Commander, Inspector Barry Larocque. Sorry, I jumped ahead. Just give me a quick second here. So as the Director of Protective Services, I work very closely with the Detachment Commander to help shape how policing is delivered in our community. Inspector Larocque is relocating to our community from Yellowknife, where he has served as the officer in charge of the Northwest Territories South District. Inspector Larocque has served with the RCMP for 30 years and brings a wealth of experience and knowledge and leadership to our community. Inspector Larocque will present the 2021 and 2022 RCMP Annual Performance Plan Year-End Report to Council with the help of Staff Sergeant St. Pierre to answer any questions. The new 2022-2023 Annual Policing priorities will be presented, and a request will be made for Council to adopt the new annual policing priorities. These new priorities pave the path for the RCMP in delivering effective policing in our community for the coming year. The Fort Saskatchewan Policing Committee also supports these policing priorities. They have had input with the detachment commander through monthly meetings, as well as participating in the online survey that was presented to all of council and the community. So at this time, I will turn it over to Inspector Larocque, and he will be presenting the annual performance plan.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. I'm very much looking forward to coming and becoming the detachment commander here in Fort Saskatchewan. Like Corrine said, I had 30 years of experience. Most of my service has been all through Alberta, except for the last 3 years, which I've spent up in the Northwest Territories. So coming here tonight was very much of a learning event. And as a boy who grew up in Yorkton, Saskatchewan, with our Ukrainian families there, I'm so glad that there's going to be a pierogi supper, because I'm already going to put it on the schedule to be there. So we'll go through the annual performance plan setup. So we can go next. So this is the org chart for our detachment. We have general duty watches in addition to some support positions in GIS, a crew unit, and a domestic violence unit. We have 2 NCOs. Pernell is one that takes care of the general duty side. So those are all the men and women in uniform that you see out doing the work on any given day. And in behind the scenes, we have our GIS crew unit, domestic violence units that are part of that. I'll go into the next one. In Fort Saskatchewan, we provide 24 hours service. So within the detachment here, we have the call center that takes calls from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. And then at that time, calls for service will then be routed to our K division, which is in our headquarters building in Edmonton, OCC, which is then dispatched out to our members for the remaining period of those 24 hours. We have front to counter service from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, and it's closed on Sunday. We are a 24-hour business, and I can assure you that as it's probably happened right now, is if someone needs us, we'll be there. We also have in a couple of my meetings here thus far, a very capable and dedicated support system with all of our public servants and our municipal employees, and these people are the backbone of our organization. Because the more work that we're required to do on computers and things of that sort, the less time we're out in the community. So these people are very important. And we also have our protective service analyst. Most of my service has been in smaller places that I haven't had the opportunity to work with an analyst. So I'm very much looking forward to this opportunity. One thing that we have to do in policing is we have to be efficient. So when we're pulling out of the parking lot, we need to know why we're going left or why we're going right. The days of just haphazardly going around for a ride and seeing what we might see or what have you, those days are quickly coming to a close. So with our analysts, with hot spotting, with different technical aspects of policing now, we're going to become more efficient and hopefully more effective at the end of the day. From this slide here, you'll notice on the left chart that that is our overall PROS file. So PROS is our records management system for the RCMP that we use. So that captures all of our files that we work on any given day. So if you can see 2021, we've got 8,067. In 2020, we got 8,041. And in 2019, we got 9,083. Again, I'm not in the chair full time, but what I'm looking at from both a detachment commander perspective, in addition to being a citizen, is, okay, what was the drop between 2019 and 2021, right? That's where we have to do better. And with our analyst, we'll be looking into that. Was it a change in a dynamic, a demographic? Was it a change in whatever? Was it the precursor to COVID before COVID came? Who knows? And it's up to us in policing nowadays to know that answer to that question. If you look on the right side of that chart, a lot of between 2021 or between 2020 and 2021, you can see our property crime, other criminal code has decreased, and the persons crimes has increased by 29%. So in seeing that number and a big red arrow that screams, oh, what's going on with person crime, I had our analysts look into it today. A lot of those came from robberies that has happened in the city, and what those are is because there's such a small number of them in the community, right, single digit numbers, when you have an increase, it disproportionately shows that we've had a larger increase than what it is. Again, every robbery is important because that's obviously someone that has been victimized, so we need to treat it obviously very important. But from looking at the raw numbers, it doesn't appear that there's an overwhelming issue with robberies in the community, although one is too many. The second part of that is the sexual assaults. And again, question came to my mind when I talked to the analysts this morning, I guess it was, is, okay, what's that coming from that? Again, the sexual assault, there's not as many more victims, but a lot of the sexual assaults are coming from the online stuff. So we're getting many more scoring, so we're getting more offenses in a specific interaction. So as opposed to just one victim and having one sexual assault, we have one victim that may be part of a child luring, being part of exploitation. So there's many more of those there. So the question I asked, are we getting more victims? And the initial answer is no, we're not getting that many more victims. It's more the scoring and how the sexual assaults come about. Again, one sexual assault is too many. Go ahead, Greg. The crime severity index is as you can see there, from 2019 to 2020, and this value is always a year behind. It's dropped from 86.9 to 80.1. What the crime severity index does, and it's put out by Stats Canada, I believe it is, it attributes different values to different scores. So it's not just the raw number of events, but it's scoring. So if the community had a murder in it, there would be a certain scoring attached to it, and that would drive up the crime severity index. So again, a numbers thing, and you have to look at it and then the analysis behind it. So it could be a combination of more crime or more incidents of crime, but it also might be the severity of the crime as well, hence the crime severity index. So the 2021 annual policing priorities, as laid out last year, there was 5 of them. So in terms of the first one, the traffic safety and enhanced road safety. Learning through some of the correspondence that I've had thus far is traffic safety is huge to the community here. Obviously, with the road systems, with lots of vehicles on the road, with industry, road safety is very important. So the goal was to have option 4 operations, and what that is going out and having an operation where we provide a ticket, but we also provide the ability to someone to go and attend a learning session to try and correct the behavior, and then the ticket is withdrawn. So I can say that in those 4 last year, in the last year was 55 tickets, and 27 people the deficiency was corrected. So about 49% of the people came forward and had the session, hopefully learned about the incident that they received the ticket for, and hopefully that changed the behavior. Again, we'll see in the future. Number 2, the crime reduction, prevent and reduce crime against persons. So it's increasing the awareness and or educational campaigns and focus on the domestic violence unit. Domestic violence is a huge issue in most communities across this country. For us as police officers, it's trying to learn more of the nuances of it and to go and try and deal with it a different way. By the time it reaches us as the police, a lot of other things have happened in these people's lives that has been discombobulated, that hasn't worked, right? So it's about learning what preventative things there might be in the community to help that before it gets to a position where a domestic violent incident happens, and then also afterwards making sure that the victim and the perpetrator are taken care of, are getting through, because not necessarily is everything going to be resolved through a jail sentence. Third one, the crime reduction, prevent and reduce property crimes. One in there that I'd like to talk about is the offender management. So again, that's a proactive way of dealing with someone that has been caught up in the criminal world, but has qualities that we believe that the person can change their ways. So I can say that 3 people were identified for the offender management. And 2 of those people were in the program, and one's going to likely succeed. One chose not to go through with it, right? So again, also doing that is some joint forces operations. So there was joint forces operations done throughout the year. One of the big things there was catalytic converters, I think, was a big issue around here. And so I know we did some work with EPS, I think, for now, to try and get on top of that. And I know some work was done on a global scale with some of the other units around Alberta to try and rectify that problem. The youth engagement and community engagement. I'm a strong proponent in doing stuff with the youth, because if we can prevent someone from being a perpetrator, if we can prevent someone from being a victim in the future through engagement at an early point in their lives, like my mother always said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So hopefully we can engage with the youth. We have our SRO in the schools, and part of that is the restorative justice program. When someone does get themselves into trouble, especially youth, And again, jail is no place for a lot of people. So if we can use the restorative justice and the restorative justice practices to try and correct the harm that has happened and put them back on the path, then that's the way to do it. So 7 young people were referred to that last year. And again, our school resource officer, who just today I was honored to see that our policing committee honored her with her work in the schools with a community award on behalf of them. So I was proud to pick it to be the right day here to have her recognized. The last one is employee wellness. Policing is a tough job. It's always been a tough job over the last 30 years of my career. It's more tough in today's career, just with what goes on. I don't know many jobs that you're required to wear a bulletproof vest and carry a gun to go to work. So that talks about the risk that we face on any given day. I've been in and around shooting incidents. I've been in and around a bunch of things throughout my career. It's tough, and it's tough on you physically, certainly tough on you mentally, and tough on our families and loved ones as well. So one of the things we tried to do is we as the RCMP are getting better with saying that we need to take care of our mental health. So there was a mental wellness committee started in the detachment, and it's had a few road bumps, but we'll see if we can maybe get it going in the future. So the APP program is something that the RCMP does to plan what we're going to do or look at focus. I remember going back to when I started out in Cold Lake, Alberta, and I was a young drug cop, and I thought drugs. Everything was, you know what, that's all that was happening. And I remember sitting down with an elderly lady one day, and she wasn't worried about drugs, but what she was worried about is the stop sign at the corner, because she was worried that one of the kids was going to get run over. Again, 30 years ago, it left a strong message to me that we don't necessarily know what everyone is, what their worry is in the community, right? What their perception is in the community. So what we try to do with the APP process is we try and engage the community. Tell us, this is your community, this is our community. So what you tell us, what's important to you. So with regards to the APP development, we did an RCMP community town hall and community feedback. We did the Fort Saskatchewan Policing Committee, the RCMP annual policing priorities survey, and again, that thing about using real crime data analytics, because it's no different than hockey teams now, right? Everything goes to analytics. We don't have enough police officers, so we've got to be very efficient in how we do things. So that leads us into our 2022-2023 annual policing priorities, and you'll see they're similar from year to year, because I think in a span of a year, not everything changes, but we have 5 priorities again. First one being traffic road safety. Second one being community relationships and visibility of police. Third one being property crime reduction, prolific offenders. The fourth being domestic violence, and the fifth being member wellness. And just because of their placement on the list doesn't necessarily one is more important than the other. So those are our annual policing priorities as we've set out so far this year. We have initiatives and measures that we use to try and track our progress. And as much as on May 10th, 2022, these are our priorities. That's not to say that something changes in this community and all of a sudden we realize, oh, there's a change. We need to change our priority. So this is a fluid document that we certainly can work on throughout the year, depending upon the community and what the community would like to see from their policing service. That's a presentation of the APPs thus far. I'm open to any questions.
Okay, if you can just go back on that slide, what we have in our package, just the last slide, just before I go to questions, because you've got number 3, property crime reduction, prolific offenders. That's not in the report, but So if this gets approved, once we get to that point, this would be what's approved, correct, Ms. Cowie? Because this is different. That slide of priorities has got a little bit different wording than what's in our council report.
We'll have to take a look at that, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was a difference.
Yeah, just look at page 1 of the report. It just says crime reduction, property crime. It doesn't have the prolific offenders on there. So in the report.
You're correct, Your Worship. It was just an addition to for the slide to just give, it's part of the initiatives underneath that priority. So the main priority is property crime reduction, which is what's in the report. And then just a / prolific offender was just a way of clarifying a little bit around what that priority was about.
Okay,
So
but if you know us by now, we'll have 100 questions on that.
It's an element of the overall priority.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you for that presentation. So now we'll go into questions and we'll see who's going to answer them. So Councillor Nguyen, you're first.
Yeah, thanks for your
no, just a second here.
Thanks for your presentation. Welcome to Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much.
You mentioned online sexual assaults and offenders creating chaos and assaults online. The process by which like our detachment deals with this, is there a specific specialist for this type of criminal activity, or is this more of a case by case investigation, a response from a police report that gets filed?
So it all depends on where it is. Depending upon the type of file. So that we do have the child exploitation teams, the ICE teams as well. So those are the ones that'll take on the larger, more the sexual assaults, the distribution of pornography and things of that sort. Mm-hmm. So again, some of the things that'll happen within a detachment area might be a young person sends intimate pictures of themselves to someone else, and then it's pushed on from there. It's a very a narrow focus as opposed to like an international pornography ring. So we would do those type of things from within the detachment.
Okay, so for example, if there was if a concerned parent got wind of something their child was involved with at school or bullying of the cyber nature, then you'd probably look at that if that was a resident of Fort Saskatchewan. But,
yep,
okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, great, thanks. And my second question was just in regards to jurisdiction of our detachment and the resources that we send to outlying communities. Do the RCMP, and this is perhaps just to refresh my memory, do the RCMP actively patrol communities outside Fort Saskatchewan, or is that more of a call-out basis? And if it is active patrols, then how is there a percentage of our resources on a daily basis that are being allocated to that?
Yes, we do patrol. We do have our jurisdictions. One of our main jurisdictions is the city of Fort Saskatchewan, a little bit of Sturgeon County, but not very much. But then again, we have a big portion of Lamont County. Okay. We stay within our jurisdictions. The members stay within their boundaries. The city has a number of members allocated to the city, and we also have a number of rural members that's allocated to the rural areas. But we try to keep them to their areas. But however, when a bigger thing happens, we pull in all resources, regardless of what detachment area they are. Like, for example, if we have a big thing happening in Sherwood Park would be sending members up towards us to assist with us, and vice versa. Usually doesn't happen too often that we send them because Sherwood Park's quite a bigger area, but let's say Redwater Northwest needs members to assist with a high-risk incident, we'll send members there, and vice versa. They'll send members down towards us. It's very fluid, but we try to keep our members to our areas.
Okay, so out of the on the org chart, it shows that there are six active duty officers. So do they stay in Fort Saskatchewan or for their shift? I guess this is not like emergency response collaboration intermunicipally, but or are they maybe 4 out of the 6 are in Fort Saskatchewan for their shift, and then the other 2 are towards Lamont County?
When you look at the org chart there, you see some, we have 8 positions that are to the rural area. So we try to keep who's ever designated to the rural area to the rural areas.
Okay, I didn't notice that. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Oops. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. You actually touched on all of my questions. The statistical ones, you nailed every one of them. And I think you touched on this one as well, but I'd like to just go back to it. It is page 71 of our report, page 6 of the third report that you gave us. Let me get the title of it. Strategic Analysis. So page 6 of that report, I think, talks about the detachment metrics. Let me get to it. Yeah. I take that back. Yes, page 6 out of 12.
Yep, I have it here.
You have it there?
Yep.
I love Fort Saskatchewan, and yet when we compare to the peers, we don't seem to be doing that good. And I'm wondering what's going on. And maybe I'm misreading this. So criminal code per regular member, we're at 60. Our peer group in the 20 to 40K population, I wrote the numbers down, run 51. Now I get it, this is an average, but that's an average of 5 municipalities comparing to ours. This crime severity index, and I know you touched on this, we're banging our head around 75, 87, 80, and our peers for 21 or 20, because that's the latest number, 57. Criminal code cases per 100,000 population, we're banging between 67 and 80, as high as 88 a few years ago, and 70 in the most recent year, and our peer group is 43. So is there something, are we better at reporting these numbers as opposed to our peers? Because I've always thought Fort Saskatchewan a pretty, correct me if I'm wrong, I always thought Fort Saskatchewan a pretty calm place to live, and I never see that much action going on.
I can tell you anecdotally from you talking to police officers, Fort Saskatchewan is a pretty tame place to police. Right? Okay. So that's the anecdotal thing.
Yep.
I'm looking at the documents that you've talked about. The CC to RMs.
So I'm pulling my comparators from further down the...
On 12 of 12?
The 20 to 40,000 population.
Okay.
That is, yes, page 12 of 12.
12 of 12, yeah.
And I don't need definitive answers. I know that I'm looking for assurances, anecdotal or otherwise, I guess, that we have it under control in our community.
Okay. The criminal code per... because I think the only one they're talking about is the PPR, right? The police to pop. Yeah. So 53 is, and it's 60.1. A lot of that has to do with the number of members there are, right? So if you have, again, if you're a number guy, I can tell from listening earlier, if you have a smaller number of police officers with the same amount of files, your criminal code per police officer is going to rise.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the first one.
What about per thousand of population then, Inspector?
43 to 80.1 to 92. So we're lower. We are lower than 2020. I'm looking at the 2020 numbers from the comparators.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at 80.1. They're at 92. Right. So that would again lead me to believe that there's not as much crime in.
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the Fort Saskatchewan.
21.
67.8.
And then 70.3 versus, I thought 43 for the comparator on page 12.
Okay, 43. I think you're comparing. Oh, okay. Criminal codes. So again, yeah, I'm not sure why that one goes that way. Might have to look into it and get back to you.
You know what, when you have a moment, and I'm looking for general, obviously there's no specific answer to this, but if there's something that kind of steps out from the analyst perspective, it might be nice to know.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Appreciate that. Thank
Councillor
you.
Kelly, I'll answer your question here.
Okay, thank you.
I've been here for 3 years. I think most of you know me. You see me around quite a bit, and that I could say without a doubt this is a very safe community. We're going to raise our little girl here, stuff like that. But I don't, coming from other communities, other detachments, this is a very safe community. I know the numbers say that, but you have to take in consideration what those numbers are looking at for numbers. Like we might have, like Inspector LaRock was saying there, like you could take one robbery, then have 4 the next year, but then that will represent a 300% increase. So we have to really look at those numbers a little deeper to see where that is at. For example, we could have a lot of mischiefs, which are property crimes, which drive that number up versus a lot of persons crimes. So that's something we need to kind of take a look into a little more detail, to give you a little bit more information. But professionally and personally speaking here, I believe this is really a safe community here, and we're fortunate to be part of this community here. So
super. Thank you. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you. Councillor Harris?
So picking up on Councillor Nguyen's earlier question, so is Fort Saskatchewan considered to be a post where you have municipal, provincial, rural, and highway allocation of resources? Is that the way it's split out? I mean, my involvement with the RCV in the past was in Ponoka, and so they obviously had freeway, highway, rural, town, and I guess provincial stuff in there. Is that the way it's allocated within the resources that you get?
So it is just provincial and municipal here. We don't have a dedicated traffic unit for the highways, and we don't have any type of freeway unit in terms of going out towards. So we only have the two components in the detachment.
So in terms of highway speed enforcement and whatnot, it's not falling to your resources to deal with that. So does that go to the provincial sheriffs that deal with it? Because we see them on the highway from time to time, but not often.
Yeah, that doesn't preclude our members from going out there and doing that type of work as well. In addition to all the stuff that we do on the patrols, that's the proactive work that we can send members out to do to make sure that, again, the city ones, it's all depending on the call volume. Right. So on any given night, if it's quieter, I'd much rather have our police officers out there doing something than sitting there waiting like the Maytag repairman for the call. Right. So if they're out there stopping a car, because again, you stop a car, traffic enforcement is a great indicator, a great ability to get into a vehicle, see who's there. Find out, get indicia of maybe drug trafficking or something else like that. So it's a great tool. Proactive traffic enforcement is a great tool to better other policing functions.
Okay, so two primary functions, and then everything else kind of molds into it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No problem.
Okay, I've just got one question. I don't know if you can answer it, or I don't know what your title is again. It keeps changing. What's your title? Detachment Commander? Okay, thank you. So you may have to be the one to answer this.
Okay, for sure.
So the one question that we have always had pretty well year after year is about boots on the ground. So, your position was vacant for a while. You filled in for it, and then I assume people moved up. Are we maintaining the proper number of officers to ensure that we have the right number of boots on the ground at this time? Because I know several years ago we had so many absences and that, and I know you guys did a wonderful job. So how are we doing with that?
we're doing good. We did get hit pretty hard there with COVID and sicknesses and that like that, but we're getting more bodies. We have potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more bodies coming. In addition, we have 2 vacancies right now, but we're getting 2 extra general duty members. We're going to be looking at getting 2 extra GIS members. We're looking at getting another traffic member under the city side, so we're filling those positions, but those positions will be what we call double bunk because we have people who are ODS or who are currently on mat leave, etc. ODS meaning they're off-duty sick, so we are getting extra bodies to have the boots on the ground. So
okay, and you've been still utilizing the surplus to establishment positions?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And so as you take your leave to go to K Division as a promotion, as everybody gets promoted out of Fort Saskatchewan.
It's a lateral.
It's, oh, well, I think it's a promotion. So congratulations. So then that leaves another gap, or is there somebody coming in to fill that right away?
Somebody has been identified for my position. They haven't been given their official transfer notice, so I can't say who it is. But I can say that I know the person quite well. So they're just waiting for me to move. Then they're going to get their notice. Then that will start that process. So
Okay.
I can tell you one thing: I do know the person quite well because that's a troop mate of mine. So we went to depot together. So I know him quite well. So once he gets official notice, he'll be looking at relocating to the city here as well. So.
Excellent, thank you.
And I can tell you that this person is not coming from across the country. So the movement in should be relatively quickly.
Oh, okay, excellent. Because I know it's one question we always have. And I just, if people just indulge me on the last one on here. So the community town hall was excellent. There were some really good questions that were asked at that, specifically, like you said, stop signs, Walmart intersection. As you have your meetings with the policing committee and then you meet with the engineers, do they give you time frames on when they're going to fix some of these things you bring forward? Like actual time frames?
Through to your worship, we do have the traffic safety working group where there's a member from the RCMP, municipal enforcement, myself, and our engineering department, a member of the policing committee, and a few other stakeholders in the community. And so we do discuss intersections like the one you're referring to at the Walmart intersection. And Mr. Schaefer, they've got a consultant looking at that one, and then we follow up on our next meetings. And so that is one of our intersections that the traffic safety working group is looking at. And the engineering department has that on their list.
But do they give you guys an actual time frame?
I don't have a time frame for them at this time, no.
Okay, just curious. Okay, that looks like all of the questions that we have for you at this point in time. So what we will do is go to a motion. Councillor Abatoye, would you like to let Councillor Harris make a motion tonight?
Oh, no.
Well,
Don't let her do it.
it's nice to have it spread around. Well, it doesn't. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Abatoye.
Okay. No, you do it. No, you do it. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I would move that council adopt the April 2022 to March 2023 RCMP annual policing priority and as identified as Appendix A in the council report dated May the 10th, 2022.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I think that the presentation was good. It's good to hear that, you guys are on top of the hard job of policing in any community. It's not an enviable job, but we're glad that you do it and you do it well, and we're glad to have received this report that identifies priorities going forward. So I support that, and I look forward to supporting this motion and adopting your plan.
Thank you. And Councillor Abatoye is our member on the policing committee. So Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you. That's one of the groups I have the honor of sitting on. So I really do look forward to working with you, Inspector LaRocque, and welcome to the best city in Canada. Anyways, just to the motion, I definitely support it, and I would like to say kudos to the team, RCMP and municipal enforcement as well, because this survey was something that was just a council survey. That was just council that used to give a feedback, but this year it was changed to become a community survey. So I think it was very important that the RCMP took that initiative to spread it out and hear from the community. So I think that was really good. The mayor already talked about the town hall, which is also a great way to connect, and it was very well attended. I thought that was really good. And just to Councillor Kelly's question, I wonder, because we have such an amazing analyst, I wonder if because of the maybe the numbers might be different, just because of the nice or the greatness of her reporting. I don't know, I'm just saying. But we do have a great analyst that really obviously helps the RCMP be more efficient, like you had said. But just one quick question. Regarding the this APP, how do you keep yourselves accountable? Like, do you have KPIs to ensure that you actually meet these priorities? And the reason I'm asking this question is because you talked about the employee wellness, and that was dropped. And I think that's the most important, because if the if our officers are not well, they need to be well to be able to serve the community, right? So how are you keeping yourselves accountable to ensure that nothing gets dropped off?
Okay, so with the APP, we do have initiatives, and within those initiatives are built-in metrics. So we've established those things that we're going to do. So the number of joint operations that we do for traffic enforcement. So there's all those built into the platform, and we will then, on a quarterly basis, do a report that highlights the fact of, okay, what did we do? What did we not do? Are we on track? Are we not on track to fulfill our numbers at the end of the year? Right. So now with the wellness, I believe wellness is on this year's, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a matter of again, like a lot of things, sometimes your employees get left behind, right? Because we do have a dedicated group of employees and RCMP members, and we're always there to try and help others. And I think we forget, and it's now to kind of our peril as an organization that we've forgotten about people. And so I endeavor to figure out what our detachment needs. It's not necessarily, what is it? And I want to get to the people and say, okay, what do you need? Like, do you need counseling services? Do you need once a month barbecue? Do you need a different paint color in the bullpen area? What is it that you need? So it's going back and asking them what they need, and then trying to get them when there is incidents that cause that trauma, that mental trauma that may happen, is what do you need from it? And we've got lots of, within the RCMP, we certainly have a lot of built in our member employee assistance program, our peer-to-peer counseling. So we have a lot of things. What we need to do is we need to get people to come forward and ask. There's still a bit of a stigma, right? And we need to kind of rid that. It's getting better. We are having people across the country off on mental health reasons. So it is, how do we get them back? How do we fix them if they're fixable? How do we get them to cope if it's something they need to cope to? So I can assure you that we will make sure that the wellness and our people, it's like a vehicle. If you don't put any oil in that vehicle and it seizes up, yeah, it's done. So we will make sure that we take care of our people.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, I just have a comment before we go to closing. So I just want to say, welcome to our community. I think you'll find your city council here has a great deal of respect for the RCMP and the people who serve in this community. And we really respect when you come to council and you tell us what your needs are. Not many years, it's in my term here somewhere, they came and said the detachment was deplorable, and we finally put the money in and we built that beautiful detachment. It is beautiful. You've come to us, not you, but the inspector or staff sergeant has come on several occasions and said, we need more staff. We need to be able to deal with these. They said, you know what, an SRO officer would be very beneficial, and then sold us on the analyst, and we all sat there and went, we didn't know really what the analyst would do. But you know what? That's because we respect and value what you bring to us for information, documentation, and everything. Know that you can come here with confidence to speak openly to us. And when you bring these priorities, know that we will really be there to support you. And I think that that's something as a council, and I know I can't speak for everybody on the council, but that's the way I feel about it, that we really listen and value what you have to say. So, I know Corrine will update you on some of the requests that have been made in the past or what's being made in the future, and just know we value that input. So thank you for your service. And as I said before, congratulations to you. Thank you for, is it Constable Harmon? Sergeant. Okay, I got titles all over the place, but it's nice that you're joining us here as well this evening. I mean, we've seen you like this big for how long? So, thank you for everything that you've been doing as well. All right, and you too, Corrine. You've been doing a fabulous job. All right, I will go to Councillor Harris. Anything on close?
No, I think it's all been said. It's a good news report, and I think it speaks for itself, so thank you.
Great. So the motion is now closed. We're going to cast our vote, and then you can go home to your families or go to work. So motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And oh, right, Councillor Macon had to leave. I was like, so the motion is carried. Thank you. Great. All right, have a good rest of the evening. Thank you. Take care. And we're going to move right along. Ms. Moulter, we're back to council meeting time changes again.
Your Worship and members of council, I'd like to request approval of two motions which have been included in your agenda package relating to council meetings. The first one is just to adjust the start time of the public session from 4 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And the second motion is to reschedule the July 12th council meeting to July 5th.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, so I'll make the motion that council amend the schedule of regular council meetings adopted at the April 12th, 2022 regular council meeting to have regular council meetings commence at 3 p.m. and should council be required to meet in camera, they may do so as the last order of business on the agenda or as agreed upon by council, and further that the changes become effective for the May 24th, 2022 regular council meeting until the October 25th, 2022 organizational council meeting.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Other than to say that I hope this is more conducive to everyone's schedules, so we'll look forward to it.
Great. Thank you very much. It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing any. All right. Anything on close?
Nothing on close.
All right. Thank you very much. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried, and you get the award for under 1 minute. All right, we will move on to the next item. So Corrine Rayner and...
We just have one more motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself.
Not done yet.
Sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Go ahead.
Schedule the Tuesday, July 12th, 2022 regular council meeting 2022.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything on discussion and debate? And just for the public's information, we have done this before where we've actually moved the meeting up, so then it provides staff an opportunity to have a little bit better break through the summer. So it really makes good use of everybody's time. So anything on close?
Nothing on close.
All right, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That motion is... Did you vote against it? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. So, but the motion is still carried. Thank you. With one absent. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. What I was jumping to was the bylaw C-1722 traffic bylaw for 3 readings. Corrine Rayner and Sergeant. Yeah. Lee Hardman. Yes. I'm having trouble with titles tonight. Welcome again.
Good.
Council. My name is Corrine Rayner. I'm the Director of Protective Services. With me is Sergeant Lee Hardman with Municipal Enforcement Services. I am presenting the updated traffic bylaw C17-22 and requesting 3 readings be approved of this new traffic bylaw. On April the 19th, we presented to members of council the proposed changes to the traffic bylaw and received feedback on those changes. A review of some of the key changes are a general housekeeping and cleanup of language and definitions within the bylaw. 2 new definitions were put into the bylaw for micromobility and inoperable vehicle. Micromobility definition is replaced bicycle and combines the bicycle section with other similar sections in regards to these types of modes of transportation. A review of the fines and penalties was conducted using comparators and other communities, and some increases are recommended to help serve as a better deterrent from contravening sections of the traffic bylaw. Some of the major changes that we made was removing section 17D. This section prohibits cords or cables being placed over a sidewalk. With our Alberta winters, we felt that people do need to plug in their vehicles in the winter, and this needed to be removed. A new section was added as it pertains to slide outs on recreational vehicles. We are prohibiting trailers with slide outs towards the highway, as this is a safety risk to other vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists on our roadways. The most significant change is to the default speed limit. On August 24th of 2021, Council approved changes to some of the speed limits in Fort Saskatchewan. Section 36 of the traffic bylaw pertains to the default speed limit, which will change from 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour. With the passing of this bylaw, the speed limits will change and come into effect on May the 16th. Mr. Schaefer is working on getting signs changed out, and as you see, we have a great public awareness campaign going on right now. Council had questions and feedback for the proposed changes on the April 19 Committee of the Whole meeting. A question was raised regarding the definition of highway and how it is applied within the traffic bylaw. This definition is from the Traffic Safety Act and will remain as is in the bylaw. The traffic bylaw regulates the various forms of movement through our city on the public roads and highways. And when it came to the word driveway within that definition, it doesn't include private driveways. That is, it refers to public access driveways, such as an entrance to a business or the McDonald's drive-through is one example that we gave. The community standards bylaw is where we apply our standards on private property, and the traffic bylaw applies to our public roadways and highways. The next question was regarding the annexed land as it pertains to school bus and hooved animals. We've decided to leave it as is within the bylaw. We did consult with the Elk Island transportation coordinator and checked in on whether the stop arm would be a problem if it was prohibited, and he told me it was not a problem. So we've left it as is within our bylaw. Being that our rural and annexed area only includes a small number of houses, we've decided to leave these sections the same. Changes have also been made to the micromobility section to include inline skates. Segways are covered off in the micromobility section. And we've removed the requirement for these types of transportation having to use the crosswalk. It was removed as mobility devices and pedestrians are not the same, and micromobility devices will be treated as bicycles were in the previous bylaw. Section 8 of the bylaw is still under review. This section deals with vehicle noise and disturbances in the residential areas. Loud mufflers and vehicle noise is an issue and concerns in our community. Our enforcement services have been utilizing the Traffic Safety Act, the Vehicle Equipment Regulations Act to issue violations for vehicle noise, and we've conducted several Option 4 programs to help educate people. We will continue to do that this year. We are currently researching options to add into the bylaw a municipal tool to help us with enforcement of vehicle noise. This may include decibel readings that will help us better enforce vehicle noise. Currently, no other community in our region utilizes decibel readers for noisy vehicles except motorcycles. There are some municipalities. Red Deer just was presenting that to their council yesterday, and Spruce Grove is also working on a bylaw that will include decibel readings. So our research will continue, and we will bring back an amendment to the bylaw once that's completed. Our final amendment after council's feedback is that we were asked to take another look at the temporary curb ramp section. Sergeant Hardman looked into other communities as well as consulted with the manager of the roads department to determine our city's needs. We have changed this section of the bylaw to permit the temporary road curb ramps within the city between April the 15th and October the 15th. Those dates were reached by the roads department as the street sweeping and snow clearing were a consideration for those dates. So this concludes the review of the changes of the traffic bylaw, and administration is asking council for 3 readings of this new bylaw. And we're happy to answer any of your questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. One quick and probably easy question, Corinne. And I just noticed this as I was going through the material for tonight. School bus safety arms and lights, it's section 31 or subsection 31A. Nonetheless, it says that school bus arms and safety lights are not to be used in city limits. I'm just wondering if you could tell me why. I was unaware of that. So
I know that this came to council many years ago, and I don't know the exact reason, but it was a request, I believe, at that time from the Elk Island school transportation systems that we did not use them within the city. I don't know if you have anything more for that.
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, I wasn't here during that time. However, that is exactly what happened. It was a request from our Elk Island Public School Transportation, and it came to council, and that decision was made at that time.
Because we're always dropping off onto a sidewalk, presumably, maybe it's considered safer to not give the kids a false sense of security. Maybe that's...
Your Worship, through Councillor Kelly, it was decided it is more safer that way, where they can alter their bus routes to accommodate that, where they are going right into their house versus crossing roads and things like that. So that was in consideration.
And if Mayor Katcher will allow me, I have one quick safety comment I'd just like to pass on to you two, sort of related to this. 101st Street, just immediately outside the Bank of Commerce, is now no parking north of the intersection, north of 99th Ave. I know some of us got an email on that subject. Every time I drive by there, there's cars parked there. So it might make sense to put up some sort of change in rules signage just to help train people that it's now a no parking zone. And just an observation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there doesn't appear to be a lot of questions. I know there was a lot of questions. Great job. I may go by a segue. Councillor Abatoye, did you want to do this one? I've kind of gone through the list, and I know we're not formally rotating on motions, but... Oh, she wants someone else to do it? Go ahead, Councillor Kelly. Just a second here. Go ahead.
Thank you. I move that council give first reading to traffic bylaw C-17- purpose of regulating and controlling vehicle, animal, and pedestrian traffic within the city of Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Oh,
I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask if you had anything to speak in favor. It's open for discussion and debate. I'd just like to make a comment. Great job. I know it takes an awful lot of work when you're putting these forward, and you know what they say, if you can't please everybody, you're good leaders. So good job. All right. Anything on close, Councillor Kelly?
And yes, thank you. I would support your comment. Good job. Further, I would suggest that the 40-kilometer speed limit's been well received within the community. Personally, I've not had any negative feedback on it whatsoever. It's all been positive. And I do believe that it will make for a safer community in the long run. So again, good job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried. I won't turn your mic off until we're finished through third.
Okay, I'll be careful. Thanks. I move the council give second reading to traffic bylaws C17 for the purpose of regulating and controlling vehicle, animal, and pedestrian traffic within the city of Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Anything further on speaking in favor?
No,
You're
thank
good.
you.
Anything on discussion and debate? Not seeing anything. Nothing on close.
No, thank you.
All right. Second reading is closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried. You may.
I move that council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading to traffic bylaw 17-22 for the purpose of regulating and controlling vehicle, animal, and pedestrian traffic within the city of Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you. I accept the motion, and I'm going to just turn around and close the motion. So please cast your vote. That is carried, and you may continue with third.
I move the council give third reading to traffic bylaws C17-20 purpose of regulating and controlling vehicle, animal, and pedestrian traffic within the city of Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Anything further?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Good. Thank you. Anything on discussion and debate? Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. And thank you very much. All right. The next item that we have is the tax rate bylaw. Mr. Eamon and Shannon Andruko presenting.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer for the City, and with me is Shannon Andruko, Senior Accountant. We are here to present Bylaw C19-22, which provides for the collection of 2022 property taxes. We are also requesting that Council give 3 readings to the bylaw in order to meet production deadlines for the mail-out of the tax notices scheduled for May 20th. The purpose of Bylaw C19-22 is to establish the 2022 municipal property tax rates. This is done in accordance with Municipal Government Act and the City's Property Tax Policy, FIN 027-C. In addition, the bylaw ensures that sufficient tax revenue is collected in order to fund the programs and services approved for in the 2022 municipal budget. It also provides for the collection of property tax requisitions on behalf of the Province of Alberta and the Heartland Housing Foundation. Provincial requisitions consist of approximately $14.3 million to support provincially funded education and approximately $126,000 to fund the preparation of designated industrial properties assessments. The Heartland Housing Foundation requisition of approximately $602,000, unchanged from last year, provides revenue for a portion of the Foundation's annual operating requirements to supply and maintain seniors housing within the city. On December 14th, 2021, Council approved the 2022 municipal budget, which set the municipal tax requirement. On April 19th of this year, Council heard a presentation from the city's appointed property assessors, who provided an update on the finalized property assessments, which are used to establish the 2022 municipal property tax rates. And on May 3rd, Council for Strathcona County passed its 2022 property tax bylaw, and pursuant to the order in council, the properties which the city annexed from the county in 2020 are subject to the lower municipal tax rate between the county and the city for each year up to and including 2049. And for 2022, these properties will be subject to the county's tax rates, which are the lower of the two. Growth assessment revenue represents property taxes that the city collects on the value of new construction and improvements completed during the year. The 2022 operating budget included estimated growth assessment revenue of approximately $574,000, Estimates were used at budget time since the property assessments are not finalized until the following spring. Upon finalization of the property assessments in 2022, actual values for growth assessment revenue were calculated and were found to be approximately $440,000 higher than originally estimated. After accounting for $33,000 in adjustments, the net additional growth assessment revenue amounts to approximately $411,000. And as per the property tax policy, additional growth assessment revenue is to be allocated to the Financial Stabilization Reserve and the ongoing growth revenue added to future operating budgets. Next, I'll review the estimated annual property tax impacts to both residential and non-residential property owners, starting with residential. A residential property owner with an average assessed property value of $394,800 will see an increase in annual municipal property taxes of $59.58, or 2.76%, an increase in education property taxes of $14.69, or 1.5%, and a slight decrease in Heartland Housing Foundation property taxes of 17 cents, or 0.47%. So on a combined basis, an average residential property owner will see an increase in their total annual property taxes of $74.10, or 2.32% over 2021. And that equates to approximately $6 more in property taxes per month. And just to note, the change in average residential property assessed values from 2021 to 2022, from $376,000 to $394,800, reflects a 5% increase in the overall market value for residential properties for the year. And moving on to non-residential. A sample non-residential property owner with an assessed property value of $964,550, which reflects a 1% overall market value increase over 2021, will see an increase in annual municipal property taxes of $261.09, or 2.76%, a decrease in education property taxes of $184.81, or 4.77%, and a decrease in Heartland Housing Foundation property taxes of $3.88, or 4.25%. So overall, this sample non-residential property will see an increase in their combined annual property taxes of $72.40, or 0.54% over 2021. And again, this equates to approximately $6 more in property taxes per month. Just a few items to note. Education taxes are distributed between residential and non-residential on the basis of equalized assessments, which are determined annually by the province. The changes in equalized assessments between residential and non-residential properties for 2022 are the reason why residential education taxes show a slight increase over last year and non-residential education taxes have decreased. Also, please note that these are estimated tax impacts only, and the examples reflect changes in property values that are similar to the overall market. Actual tax impacts could be more or less, depending on how a particular property's value has changed relative to the overall market. Administration recommends that Council amend the 2022 operating budget by allocating $411,042 of additional growth assessment revenue to the Financial Stabilization Reserve, and that Council give 3 readings to Bylaw C19-22, providing for the collection of 2022 property taxes. And that concludes our presentation. Ms. Andruko and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open it up for any questions. Councillor Kelly? A second.
Well, Jeremy, the education property tax component or collected by the province, do you have any, could you share a Reader's Digest version if you know how it is that the discrepancy happened this year in their assessment calculations? And if you haven't, that's fine. I'm just curious. That's all.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Kelly, really the background and the information that the province uses to determine that, I have no idea. And I'm not sure our property assessors would either.
Fair enough.
I just know that it did shift quite substantially this year.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't appear there's any additional questions. So we'll go to a motion. Councillor Nguyen, go ahead.
I move that Council amend the 2022 operating budget by $11,042 of additional growth assessment revenue to the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
All right, I'll accept that motion. Do you wish to speak in favor?
It is what it is.
All right, thank you. I'll open it up for any discussion and debate. Not seeing any. I assume there's nothing on close.
Nothing on close.
All right, I'm going to leave your mic on because you've got 5 motions to make.
Bib's going to do the rest.
Okay, so I will close the motion to amend the 2022 operating budget. Please cast your vote. That is carried. You may continue on.
I move that council give first reading to providing for the collection of 2022 property taxes. I do not wish to speak on this.
All right, thank you. It's open for discussion. Not seeing any. I will close the motion. Please cast your vote for first reading. That is carried. You may continue.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw C19-22 providing for the collection of 2022 property taxes.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate.
Hope they all get paid.
Not seeing any. All right, nothing on close. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried. You may present it for unanimous consent.
I move that our council provides, there's a spelling mistake in the motion if you, I'm not sure if you care to.
They'll catch it.
Okay, so that council provides unanimous consent to proceed with the third and final reading to bylaw C19-22, providing for the collection of the 2022 property taxes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried. You may continue with third.
I move that council give third reading to bylaw C19-22, providing for the collection of 2022 property taxes.
And nothing to speak in favor? Good?
Yeah, all good.
All right, thank you. Anything on discussion and debate? Not seeing any? All right, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Fastest tonight. All right. Okay, I'll ask, are there any notice of motions? Not seeing any. Are there any points of interest? Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, so the library has been without a director for a few months, as our previous director had moved back to her hometown after COVID to be closer to family, and that was just a personal choice. She left the library in a good position. The acting director has been Carrie, who has worked with the library for quite some time, and she's done a great job. The library board has undergone a screening and selection process to appoint a new director, and we are very happy to have just appointed Tricia Wall, who comes from Strathcona County Public Library, and she was the information specialist and programmer there. So we have a new director, and she's thrilled to join Fort Saskatchewan and get to know our community a little bit.
Excellent. Congratulations to your board. And we actually poached somebody from Strathcona. Thank you. Good information. Councillor Harris?
I would also like to let Council know that the EMTSC, the Transit Commission, is moving forward in a very positive way. And today we wanted to announce that we were successful in securing a very qualified candidate for our Chief Operating Officer's position. So the Chief Operating Officer's position is a very integral one for the overall planning of the routes and the delivery of the service that the Transit Commission will be involved in going forward. So we'll be attracting an individual from Saskatoon Transit, as a matter of fact, somebody with some very, very deep experience in municipal transit. And so that's a very positive step going forward. The Commission is in the middle of doing its route planning right now. We had to step sideways following the COVID pandemic, and that really changed the base assumptions under which municipal transit is being delivered. And so the route planning is underway, and this new individual will be coming on stream not too far in the distant future and helping to do that. And that'll be crucial in terms of how we ultimately roll out the regional transit service in 2023. So that's a good news story, and ultimately I think it's really important for the Commission to be able to attract qualified individuals to help us on that journey to regional transit. So that's a very positive outcome.
Great, thank you. That's a great news story. Okay, that looks like all for points of interest. Councillor inquiries. Go ahead, Councillor Harris. Oh, yes, I know. I have to lean forward.
I was glad that something came up about the Walmart intersection today, because I know there have been quite a few comments from people that have voiced concerns about that, and I'm not sure if I see it as a police issue. I think it's a geometry issue at that intersection, and I'm glad to see that something is happening, and I hope that we're able to resolve that, because it is a major source of concern for the people that talk to me about being afraid to use that intersection for obvious reasons. So I would look forward to some information as to when we might get further input on what's happening with the redesign of that particular intersection and transportation thoroughfare.
Mr. Fleming.
Yeah, through your worship, there is a plan in place to change the lanes around, and that'll happen with the road rehab program this summer. I don't have an exact timeline for you, but we can find out where the road rehab program is at and let council know.
Yeah, I think that's an important update for our community as well, because it is a source of concern to a lot of people, as you well know, and as we all know. So thank you very much.
Yeah, there's a solution in place and a plan to make some changes there.
Okay, thank you. And I have one question through to you, Mr. Fleming, probably to Ms. Cowie. I was at Pioneer House, and some residents who live on 100th Avenue said for a while the traffic was doing better on 100th Avenue, but they said they're back to having people speeding through there. So I guess the question is, and I know it's going to 40, but his response to me was, that ain't going to help. So is there something more that we can do that's, as you're going to share it just out as you're going almost into the rural area?
Through your worship, I'll take that back to the RCMP and municipal enforcement.
Okay.
And get back to you.
Yeah,
Thank
he
you.
indicated there's some new families moved in, got kids on both sides of the streets, and he was really concerned. So I promised I would ask.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other councillor inquiries. It is 8:19. Thank you, everybody, for a great discussion and debates tonight, and we stand adjourned. Thank you.